Hold on real quick. Alrighty, guys. Already. We got. Hold on real quick. Let me send this message to my mama. Tell her good morning. Hey, good morning, mama. I hope you're doing okay. Just want to let you know that I love you. I hope you have a great day. We made it to Friday. Yeah, we made it. All right, then, mama. I'll see you soon. I'll probably come by tomorrow just to say hello. All right, mama. I love you. Call me whenever you get off. I love to say hello. All right, bye bye. All right, guys. What's I gonna do? Um, guys, please read the pre-market plan, guys. They did it, guys. They did exactly what we figured that they were gonna do. What they do? This gap here, guys. Do not be do not be fooled. It's gap fill Thursday. Please read the pre-market plan, and so that we can get our minds right. I'm all, to be honest with you, I'm already set up. So it was crazy is I had already gotten set up, and I'm actually running more behind than when I wasn't already set up. Because everyone, look, I was running a little bit behind because I was talking about eval instant pass with some people inside here. So obviously I can't talk about that over TikTok because people will literally blow up their accounts trying to figure out what the hell we got going on, and then they'll think word is bond, and they don't know what they're doing, and then they'll liquidate themselves they were trying to figure out what the hell we got going on in here. So I actually, sadly speaking, I actually have to protect people from themselves. It's crazy. But hey, you got Instapass, let me full port. What? What's that? And they won't know what the hell they got. They won't even know what the hell we doing here. They won't even know how to trade, and then they'll just try and get the accounts. I. Oh, what the hell was that? Let me turn on my news wire. Let me running my mouth. I gotta tighten up. What the hell was going on with that?
Said Candace going crazy. Yeah.
News wire.
We're fighting this in this 15-minute busy that pretty much kicked off the whole market today. So
Guys, this is just seek and destroy. Look at that candle. Goodness. This is seek and destroy. This is why you read the pre-market plan, and this is what I told you. Everyone, listen. Until you master trading, if you don't want to hold on. No, no, it didn't cut out. I just said, hold on. Ooh, let's see who wants to blow their accounts today, he says. Listen,
so who wants
until
to
you
blur?
master until until you seriously start to see and understand what I'm saying. But even then, when you do, you are still going to use me to bounce ideas off of. You are going to have to read this pre-market plan so that you can begin to understand, so that you can navigate this way through this line, through this landmine. Yeah, he said people need to slow down, put their funders on ice, and understand the market. Yeah, well, The last part is extremely hard, understanding the market. But slowing down and putting their funders on ice, yes, that's what they need to do. I'm just being 100% for real. But y'all, but I'm serious, and y'all just gonna have to ask questions because there's a shitload of
Ooh.
people that woke up today and thought that trading at 9:30 was a great idea, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and then they blow up their accounts and they wondering what's going on. So y'all are gonna have to read this pre-market plan, and y'all are gonna have to understand what's going on. This is full blown seek and destroy. They're destroying people with no rhyme or reason and no objective. This is not time distortion. This is full blown seek and destroy, where it's shooting up and shooting down and just randomly taking out targets for no apparent reason. This market needs to digest itself. So y'all are gonna have to have a guide. Seriously, like I'm not joking.
So I took. I'll walk you through what I did. I'm up 305 for the day, so I'm done. Paper
Good
trading,
job.
of course, right? So
Good job.
we hit that 15 minute at 9:30, right? At 9:30 to the tick, boom, off the
Oh, okay.
15, right?
So you
We
manage your
got
risk
up
off of that.
to so exactly. So we got right
Oh,
at the
that's
top
ES.
here. It was equal highs. So right there, I was watching that, and then it went down, boom, right after that first what do you call it? FVG form, the SIBI. I took
Yeah.
a little short off of that.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Good trade. Great trade. So you manage your risk. Okay. Okay. I see that now.
Yep,
Good
and
trade.
then that shit was just going crazy. It just
Great trade.
fell a knife, so I was just able to ride the ride.
Okay, great. Good. Great trade. Great trade. Great trade. Good job. Good job. One thing. Okay, because there's some new people here and they're like, "What the hell is the pre-market plan?" Everyone, you need to come here. Now, I sent this out a little bit late last night, like 11 something. Why? Because I was I I did a class last night at 9 o'clock for the eval instant pass. But guys, it's recorded, so it's recorded and it walks you through it. Don't be
Yeah,
lazy.
I'm gonna watch
Watch
that.
the video. Don't be lazy. Watch the video. And then if you have a web-based trade copier, it's the same thing. You just got to. It's the same as that concept. Everyone, they're getting ready to do gap fill Thursday. They are doing exactly what I said. So you you wouldn't pay Delta. Hold on real quick. This is my mama. Hello, hey. I'm doing well. You doing all right this morning, young lady? Okay, how's work going? All right. Okay. 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 Well, don't let me distract you. I just sent you a voicemail message just to say hello, just to say good morning, just to say hello. I just want to check up on you. Mama. I'm gonna see you this weekend. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna go get something to eat this weekend. You and I. You want to do that
It
before
better
my
not be
birthday?
Chipotle.
Yeah, we can wait till next weekend. It's up to you. Okay. You all right? Everything's okay? You sure? Okay. You need anything, or you all right? You don't sound all right. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. You don't sound your normal chipper self in the morning. You, oh, trying to wake up? Okay. All right. All right now. All right now. I love you, mama. Call me later, please. All right, bye bye. Um, what was I doing? What was I doing? Alrighty. So yeah, that's what I was doing. Sorry about that. That was my mom calling me. Yeah, yeah. I love my mama. I love my mama. She frustrates me sometimes, but I love her. I promise. I promise. But I will absolutely tell her about herself, like if she makes a mistake. But that don't mean that I don't love her. Guys, listen. We only get one life to live, man. Like all of this other frivolous stuff to where, guys, just stop with this thing. The beef that you got with your closest people, like I'm talking about like your mother, your father, your brother, whatever. Like, just stop with this thing. Like, is it is it really, 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 really that serious? Like the problems that we go through on a daily basis, like in the grand scheme of things, we like to get caught up in the moment because you know it's just it's just not as serious as just like you may think. You know what I'm saying? Like we love to get caught up in the moment. It reminds me of the other day when I was going on a walk with my dad, and and this 8 or 9 year old this 8 or 9 year old kid was sitting here screaming at his 14 or 15-year-old older brother. They was playing soccer and they was playing soccer, and his older brother was making fun of him, and he kicked the ball like he kicked the ball away from him, and the ball just went across the yard, and the dude broke down screaming in tears and started swinging on his brother and trying to fight him for absolutely no reason. And they weren't beefing before. They were laughing and joking before, playing. So they had no problems. No problems at all. And then his brother just kicked the ball a little bit too far down the yard, and he snapped. And he picked up the ball and he started swinging on his brother. And he was like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And he was like, "You kicked my ball too hard." And he just lost his mind. And he was like, "I hate you." But he was like 6 or 7 years old. And I sat back and I thought about it. And I was like, and me and my dad started laughing. I was like, he's making such a big deal over something that's so minuscule. At the end of the day, like, what is he beefing with his brother about? Like, all this aside, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, is it that serious? And my dad said something that stuck out to me. And my dad was like, yes, it is that serious. To him, that's the most important thing in the world right there. Now, in the grand scheme of things, like if you stop and remove yourself from the situation, no, it's not that important. It's not, because who gives a fuck? He just kicked the ball a little bit too hard down the yard. But to him, in his 6 or 7 year old brain, that's life or death. He's not willing to play about that. And I sat back and I thought about it, and I was like, Dad, that's how we are that's how we are as people. Like in the grand scheme of things, like if someone didn't end someone's life that you know, or they did something to where you just can never recover from, is all of this stuff like what? Like, is it all really that serious? Like seriously, like I hope that you guys understand what the hell I'm talking about. Like what I'm trying to say, like because I know people are like, yeah, man, I'm not talking to my mama, man, because she said some slick shit out her mouth. Man, screw that lady. Oh, man, screw my pops, man. He didn't want to give me $50 the other day, man. Screw him. Like, so what? Bro, you only get one life to live. One family for the rest of your life. That's it. If this person did, like, I tell my dad all the time, I'm like, hey, like, if this person disappeared today, whatever you were beefing with them about, would you still be willing to hold on to that idea? Would you still be willing to do that? And more than likely, the answer to those questions is no, it's not. You wouldn't. So why are you holding so much weight to it right now? I mean, this might be going over a lot of people's heads, but I'm just being for real. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I didn't know that my brother was going to be dead. I didn't know that he was going to get killed. I would give everything in this world, all of my money, all of my accounts to have him back. Whatever mental games I was trying to play with him, they're not that serious. He's gone for forever for this entire reality. I'll never see him again. Is it really that serious? He was dead at 21. Is it really that serious? No, it's not. Life is precious. Like you could literally walk down the street and just and be gone for no fault of your own. But people don't realize that. People don't understand that shit. I'm serious. So no, nothing is ever that serious. He says, Ice says, what if it's bad family? Then if it's bad family, brother, then you just gotta isolate yourself from them. That doesn't mean that you stick to abuse. That's completely different, Ice. He says, must be nice. No, it's not nice. Because my family isn't that strong. It's not. The only people I really speak to is my mom and my dad. I don't got nobody else to rely on. Nobody else to call on. I don't got nobody else. I'm serious. I don't. I don't have no huge family. I don't got any of those things. But if your family's abusive, then guess what? Then just then sure, you don't have to stick to the abuse. But that don't mean that you gotta hold that grudge in your heart. You wanna know why, brother? Because that energy translates, Ice. It translates. You should only be thinking positive vibes, brother. If it's not helping you or benefiting your life, then just separate yourself from it. You don't have to wear that burden. Let that burden go, bro. Let that burden go. You gotta let that go. I'm serious. You gotta let that go, bro. Bro, when I went to that courthouse a month and a half ago, and I looked the dude in his eyes that murdered my brother, and I gave that speech in front of everybody, and I told him, and I said, man, listen, look, you're gonna be out in about, you're gonna be out in about 15 years. You're gonna have the opportunity in order for you to redeem yourself. And my mother was looking at me like I was crazy. And I was like, brother, listen, look. I didn't say brother, but I said, man, listen, look. You're gonna have the opportunity for you to redeem yourself. My brother's never gonna have the opportunity. So whatever you need to do inside there, you need to be focusing on improving your life and moving forward. But you need to learn from this. And don't be in there just wasting your time. But this is something that you got to live with for the rest of your life, and we're going to move forward. We don't forgive you, but we obviously don't forgive you, but don't be in there just fucking off your time. And my mother was looking at me like I was crazy. Because at the end, he looked at my mother. He turned around in cuffs with his attorney and looked at my mother in front of that judge. And he said to my mother, and he said to uh, my mother's husband at the time, because my mom's divorced now. That thing completely destroyed everybody. And that man looked at her and looked at everybody and looked at our entire family. And his brother was crying because his brother knew he was going to go away for 20 years. So his older brother was crying. And he looked at him, and now keep in mind, his older brother was like 25, 30 years old. He was like my age. But he looked at him, and I'm not bullshitting. And he looked at our family. He said, "Hey guys, look, I sorry for." So now look, he's a Southern dude. He was like, "I sorry for what I did, but I just hope that y'all can forgive me, and I hope that we can move forward. It is what it is. I sorry." I just hope that we all can move forward. And he said that again, just like that, in that Charleston Southern accent. And my mother completely lost it. He looked my mother in the eyes and looked my brother's father in the eyes and said, "Your son is dead, but I hope that we can move forward." And my mother said, she was like, "I just feel so much worse than when I went inside there." And I said, "Mama, I told you it was going to feel like that. I told you you was. I told you you was. But Mama, you got to let that go. You don't got to forgive that man. You just got to let that go. You got to let that shit go, man." Anyway, guys, listen, look. She has to let it go so she can move forward, or else she's gonna be a prisoner. I'm serious, man. You wanna know why? Because she's a prisoner. She's a mental prisoner of that. So you got to move forward and you got to let some of the baggage go. Anyway, guys, listen, look. I'm gonna stop the sad stories, and I'm gonna get back to the point. Listen, look. I left this up here on purpose so that y'all can read this. So excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I went on a rant. I might take another 5 to 10 minutes because, I try not to think about things like that because that shit fucks me up. Because I'm not gonna lie, you know, that shit hurt me whenever he said that. It did, but it is what it is, man. You gotta, you know, it's just the cards that we was dealt, and not all of us get the best set of cards, and so we gotta play with what we got. Some of us have disabilities, some of us don't. Some of us come from fucked up families. But with this, we got the best opportunity in order for us to level the playing field with whatever we got. Because this market don't give a shit about none of that stuff. It only cares about, can you read this market? That's it. Nothing else matters. And so that's all that I'm trying to do with every one of y'all, because I don't know every one of y'all's lives. I don't, and it's not my business to know, but it is my business in order for me to help y'all. I'm serious. And so not only can you help yourselves, you can help the people around you, and y'all can improve their lives. If I knew, if I knew, and if I had access to what I had today, my brother would be alive today. He would not be dead. It would be nothing for me to get him an apartment up here and pay for it. He would be fully alive today. So, I can't help my situation, but I might be able to help one of y'all's situation. I might be able to extend someone's life, medical care, whatever the case may be. You'd be surprised what an extra $500,000 a month to somebody that you love can do. You'd be surprised. Anyway, more on to more important things. Gap Fill Thursday is upon us. Excuse me. Gap Fill Thursday is upon us.
Did they just close it?
Yes, they did. Anything happening in Asia or London is irrelevant to me. SPX has multiple imbalances to fill. 64, 61, 62 gap fill. 64, 15, 02 gap fill 9/3. So from the second and then the third. If a gap from SPX is created on New York session on 9/4, which it was, expected to be filled, they will then target the next imbalance. 64, 62, 62 is most likely. PMI at 9:45 and 10 the day before NFP means we should probably wait for confirmation and take it piece by piece. 23,553 buy side is screaming to be swept, but the data may determine that. If SPX starts hunting upside gap fill liquidity, it will drag NQ with it. That means it will drag it with it. That means the NQ might not be targeted, but it's going to drag it with it. 23,681.75 buy side if things get freakishly squeezy to the upside. And I put in parentheses, unlikely before NFP release tomorrow. Time distortion and seek and destroy is most likely. I did not edit this. This was not edited. The first 30 minutes of the day was full-blown seek and destroy and time distortion. So if you're not understanding what's going on, you need to be inside Discord and you need to stay here. This is very important. And because, shit, shit. I'm from TikTok, and so are you reading it right now? Yeah, I might not read this shit every day. This is only for the new people so that they can understand what's going on. And then your account would have been blown by 10:30 or 11 or 12 o'clock until God knows whenever I decided to read this shit instead of you getting it last night. So don't try and cheap out on no $29. I'm just being for real. Expect a tricky market tomorrow. 23,298 sell side if they start hunting lower levels of liquidity to fill 9/3's SPX gap. Take it piece by piece. And I said I recommend this be the last trading day of the week. Do not risk your accounts on NFP Friday, which is tomorrow. All right. And so y'all need to read the entire section and eval instant pass before y'all try and do that. And y'all need to watch those videos in there. And I'm gonna close with this, and I'm gonna repeat this at a later time. This is true, and I just saw this. What I do as well, I'm gonna read it, and I'm gonna elaborate on this. Guys, I'm looking at this market as well at the same time. I'm looking at it at the same time. Nothing is going on as of right now that I see. What I do is not pattern based. Frankly, markets do not book for pattern's sake. It is time driven and coded to reprice to one of two premises on the basis of premium or discount, liquidity or inefficiency. Nothing more, nothing else. I'm flattered you think it's patterns. So you need to understand that. Hold on. What that means is this market is not going off of patterns. So like if you think this market is going off of bull and bear flags, then I'm sorry, then you got another thing coming. I'm serious. So I heard Diego was getting ready to say something. Yeah, I want you to know you have us in this community, bro. We all love and appreciate you. I love. Hey man, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that, AC man. That means a lot. Yeah, man. Man. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm sorry for anyone that's new. Say, hey, bro, what's up with this dude? Bro, I came in for trading, bro. What's up with this dude's, weird ass sob story, man? Boo hoo, cry me a river. I'm not crying, but guys, I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all every single day. Win, lose, or draw, I'm gonna trade in front of you live. We're gonna have great days in here, far more than the bad days. And then, you know, we might have a down day every now and then. Every now and then, every really so often, it might not just be our day. But that's like with anything in life, right? Because nothing's perfect. And so you're gonna have a you're gonna have somebody that's real with you. And I would rather have someone that's real with me in my foxhole. If you don't know what a foxhole is, then you should look it up. But I would rather have somebody in my foxhole that's 100% genuine than somebody that's trying to fake it so that they can get my money and that's trying to price gouge me and that really doesn't give a fuck about me as a person. But anyway, that's that. Yeah. Wait, nah, bro. Ain't nobody was saying. I was just saying, just in the event that somebody was thinking that, you know what I'm saying? Somebody, hey, bro, what the hell's up with this dude's sob story? I just joined here an hour ago. What's up with this dude, man? I'm not saying nobody's saying that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, you can't be 100 every day, Lisa. You cannot. You cannot. So, what we got? Cannot be 100 every day. What we got? So, we have, excuse me. So, SPX created a gap on New York session. Check. Expected to be filled. This gap filled third. Yeah, guys. AC gap filled Thursday is my favorite day. I'm gonna be for real. Thursday is my favorite day to trade, and Friday is my least favorite day to trade because of time distortion. So I'm being for real. I love gap filled Thursday. I love it because so many people get liquidated and they don't know what the fuck is going on. I love gap filled Thursday. So here, so 64, 61 check. Now, obviously, this is way far to the downside, so that's why I put that second. This is how you read this. If a gap is created on 9-4, expect it to be filled. So they filled the 9-4 gap as well. They will then target the next imbalance. So they targeted 64, 62 out of the gate. All right. I meant to put 6462 right here. So this right here was an error. That's how you know I didn't edit this because I made an error. I meant to say they're going to target this most likely. So they targeted that, and they took out that gap fill from like 2 days ago. So they gapped it up to then target this imbalance, and then when they filled that imbalance, they dumped it. That's not a coincidence. All right. So we should take this day piece by piece. It's the day before NFP. They're doing seek and destroy, and they're trying to destroy people so that they could take you out of the market before the major move tomorrow. Look at this. Look at this Judas swing right here. Look at this. They came down here and they swept this little internal, and now they're bouncing this market up in a straight line. This is dangerous. Let me read this data first so that I can even attempt to interpret this so that I can understand what they could possibly be doing.
They definitely did. Wow, look at that.
But
I was
that's a
gonna
full
say
blown
this.
liquidation.
I was gonna reach out where Murdoch was at because they just swept that liquidity. If this was something he would be interested in getting into.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in it right now. I ain't gonna
That's what
lie. Fuck
I knew. I knew.
that.
Hmm.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Okay. So the PMIs came in at
You
60.
crazy, D.
I know your style, bro. That's what it's simple. It's simple right there, bro. I was like, oh yeah, right there. We just the liquidity zone just
Bro,
swept.
that
We
show
went
up,
for a
bro.
little long.
Pay attention to this shit. That show up at least 2 to 3 times out the week, bro. In that same form, at least, bro. If you pay attention,
That's a
probably most
fact,
of the
bro.
time, every day. If you really pay attention, it do occur. But I'm saying, if you really pay attention and get that, you can get it 2 or 3 times a day. I mean, week.
I was looking at right there. If not, if maybe tap into this 15. But after about 2 minutes, that confirmation, I would have just gone with it.
Okay. So everyone, the data doesn't really matter because they could pump it on bad news and then dump it and then dump it on bad news, and then they could pump it on good news and then dump it on good news. But but I'm going. But however, it can matter. Like if it's a ridiculous outlier, then you can understand that they might be trying to target certain levels of liquidity. But then if it's right in line, then that means that that they might try and decide on a specific direction. and you can gain an understanding of that, so that you can learn how to react. Not this is not to predict. This is how to react. So the
Hey, E.
yo, talk to me.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. You learning those volume, I mean, the volume imbalances. That shit helped me. I ain't gonna lie, 'cause that helped me like knowing where to get out and understand where it could hurt me at. Those points.
Volume
Those
imbalances
times.
as far as what? As far as what? As far as like looking at
Like
QQQ?
no. As far as like where it's going in the time, like 'cause I don't like I look at what you look at. Like I was playing in Diego. Like I look at the market different. Like you might see shit that I don't, and I might see shit you don't. Like
Exactly.
anybody do. You feel me? So
Exactly.
like basically, like I was telling him, I'm a more of a internal scalper. You know what I mean? More going into what's going in, like on a like minute by minute. You know what I'm saying? Like even though if people don't trade like that, that's just how I trade. But I look from a 15 and 5 minute for my confirmation also. You feel me? So like I was just saying, like my volume imbalance, and that's basically like for me to catch my reverses and my and the trend while it's going. That's how. That's
Oh,
what I'm saying.
oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, the only volume balances that I'm really paying attention to are those on QQQ because those show up the most. So I
Okay.
hope that's what you're talking about. I hope that's what you're talking about because I really don't be paying attention to the volume balances anywhere else. Like on SPX, like I'm not looking for those. So,
No,
so
I'll
like,
just I pay attention to mine on NQ. I don't. I mean, I get what you're saying. You pay attention on QQQ and all that,
mm,
but I was just paying attention to on NQ, and I understand it from that part. You feel me?
the reason why I'm saying that, brother, is because I want to make sure that you're saying the right term because a volume imbalance means that price was not traded there. And volume imbalances happen on NQ like once every like 2 or 3 weeks. It's rare because NQ is almost always absolute. So I want to make sure that you're not trying to, trade the wrong thing and like you're looking at the wrong thing and like you're saying this is a volume imbalance. So I don't know what you mean by that. So like you're gonna have to send me a screenshot of what you think a volume imbalance is. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm glad that whatever you're talking about is working out for you, but I want it to work out for you for the right reasons. Because I don't want you to because I don't want to just chuck it off and be like, hey, good job, man. And then hey, you making money, good job. Because I want you to actually understand what you mean. So because the because a volume imbalance just means this. So like if the candle is like this and it gaps down like this is the volume imbalance. There was nothing traded there. That's a volume imbalance where 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 the algorithm was trying to book price and nothing was booked there. That is a full blown imbalance, and so that acts as though a magnet on the market. So like if we start dumping down into here, so for example, if we start like dumping down into here, and like if we tap into like a 1 or a 5, and it starts to gain strength like this, more than likely, if the larger it is, more than likely it's going to shoot up in here so they can try and fill that. So that's what I'm playing. So I hope that, like, you might be saying the wrong thing because you were saying I'm playing volume balances on NQ. I don't see no volume balances on NQ. I'm just being for real.
I might be terming it wrong for
Yeah, okay,
what
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, brother. Well, let's double check that. You know what I'm saying?
What you
Because,
described
yeah.
was different. I mean, I understand what you just
You
described,
understand
but
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that was different. Yeah, I definitely
So whenever
understand
you
that.
hear me
Yeah,
go, yo, what the hell was that? That's me looking at a volume balance. Like I go, what the hell was that? That's that. Because I say that
yeah,
numerous
definitely. I
times throughout the
understand.
day.
When you
That
when you
shit
start when you
happened on
start
eight.
using numbers and shit, we
On
like that's
money.
a 12, that's a 7, that's a
That's a volume
98.
imbalance. Yes,
Yeah,
I am
but
talking
That's when
about
he
a volume
started.
balance. Yes. When I go, holy shit, that's a
When he started
12.
calling out police codes, that's
Yes.
when it's for sure it's a volume imbalance.
Yes, correct. Exactly. Yes, that's a volume balance. I go, holy shit, is that a 12?
Oh
Like
shit, is
that.
that 12? I'm
Is
out
that
of here.
12? Oh, whoa. Let's run. Like that. Yeah. So yeah. Just to let you know. But yeah, my brother, let me know what you talk about, man. Like if you want to send a screenshot of what you're talking about so that I can see and and I can just give you the correct term. I'm not saying that you don't know what you're looking at, but what I'm saying is like you just might have just been saying it wrong, like just like the terminology. But I just wanted to let you know. So guys, listen, look, that goes to show you. Listen, even if you are successful and even if you're doing something correctly, I am going to make you improve still. I am going to push you to be the best trader that you can possibly be. Day in and day out. I started a TikTok stream like 15, 20, like 20, 20, 30 minutes late, right? 20, 30, 20, 30 minutes late. Because Salo in here was doing Eval Instant Pass, but he wasn't doing it in the most efficient way. It was working for him, but he needed to improve. And so that right there proves my point. Just because it's working for you doesn't mean that I'm not going to critique you. I'm going to still push you to be the best that
Connection lost.
Because that's how you improve. That's how you improve. So also, guys, listen, look, my connection was just lost. So what that means is if my voice starts cutting in and out, please let me know. Please let me know, please let me know if my voice is no longer clear. Now, excuse me. The global PMI came in a little bit under, slightly under. Non-manufacturing came in slightly above, so that was bullish. Non-manufacturer prices came in slightly below, so it was a mixed set of data. So they ran it up here, and then they left this liquidity over here. They ran it up so that they could fill this imbalance up here because this was the gap fill. So that was the target. Then when they filled the gap, like how I said on the pre-market trading plan, they dumped it. That was that. So now they're targeting upper levels of liquidity for God knows whatever specific reason. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. But we're going to take it piece by piece. All right? And then they have this all the way down here that they teased yesterday. All right. So that's what this is. um I haven't gone out. Hold on. I'm looking at some of the messages on my phone. Hold on. So that's what that is. So they've completed two major objectives. So I gotta see some shit first. So what exactly are you looking to buy in a gap fill, bro? I'm still getting into investing, so I'm a little lost. You're gonna have to join the community. If you lost, I'm gonna be honest, you're gonna have to invest $11 to join. I can't elaborate on that from TikTok because I don't know what you know. I don't know what you don't know, and it costs $29 to be a part of the Discord. But you're gonna but you're gonna make a thousand-fold times that from being inside. Bro, I'm not joking. So if you're new to it, then you're actually in the best position because then that means that you haven't gone through the ringer like most people have. So you can actually start fresh. And you don't need nothing in order for you to master trading and investing. It's not like I was 70 years ago. You don't need that, HDAC. You don't need that. Volume balance on SPY at 10 a.m. 5-minute candles. Nope. 1 minute. Don't be looking at no 5-minute imbalances. Highly inefficient. Not no 5-minute. Anything can happen over the course of 5 minutes. You can blow an account. I'm personally looking at the strength of the 1 minute. I don't know. You may have back tested the strength of a 5-minute volume imbalance. You may have. At 10 o'clock. Volume imbalance on SPY at 10 o'clock. Volume imbalance at 10:10. There is no volume imbalance on 10:10 on SPY. Matt? Oh, it's Matt. Oh yeah, I like Matt. I like Matt. I see you, Matt. Yeah, nah, Matt. Matt, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. What volume balance you see? Price is absolute. It's going to be nearly impossible for you to find a volume balance on a 5-minute time frame. Like, seriously. It's best to identify them in real time on a 1 minute. Guys, they're targeting upper levels of liquidity. To me, honestly speaking, I think they're trying to go. Guys, this is where I think that they're trying to go. 1022, he says. No, there's not a volume balance there at 1022 on spot. There's not. There's not. There's not a volume balance at 1022 on spot. That's okay, man. You're all right, man. But the only reason why I did it is because you've been showing up every single day. I like you, man. Pretty good. Good guy. Do you have a mentor? And how much is it? You seem like someone I would want to learn from more since you don't rush trades. You're damn right I don't rush trades here. Everybody will tell you. No one can force me to take a trade. And we're doing a 1K to 50K challenge, so we're preparing. So we're going to turn $1,000 or less into $50,000 into $60,000, $70,000, but just for the aesthetic purposes and prop firms from inside Discord. Um, but yes, I mentor, and that's what everyone here in here is doing. So yeah, you can join Discord, brother. It's $11 for the knowledge page. It's the link is inside my bio, and it's $29 a month. So yeah, you can join, and then we have free class on the weekends, and then I do random classes as well, one-on-one classes. Guys, this Discord is like a five to minimum $5,000 to $10,000 a month value in here, and people in here they be killing it. Someone that knows what they're doing and not paying 3K. Yeah, I know. 3K is actually on the cheaper end. I'm just being honest because you want to know why? You want to know why? Because you want to know why? Because well, this was last night during the class. Well, one, you get one-on-one classes because I was up till 10:30, 11 o'clock last night on class. But what was this? But he just joined yesterday and he made $1,100 inside here. And I asked him and I was like, "Are you new here?" And he was like, "Yep." So trust me, you're not gonna care about that. You're not gonna care about none of that. As you can see, Bass Trades here. He was new just yesterday. I'm telling you, you're not gonna care about none of that whenever you're in here and whenever you're killing this in here with us. My first day with you paid for itself, full 3 months. I promise you, you're not gonna care. Where was this at? Hmm. I could have sworn. I could have sworn there was an update where people was in here. Oh yeah, yes, yeah, right here. Plus 450. Yes, sir. Took it. That was a win. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep. Maybe 500. Maybe 700. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You're not gonna care when you're in here. You're not. But however, that does not absolve you from learning. This is not an alert service. I am going. I not force you, but I am going to will you to learn to understand how to trade. This is not an alert service because you're gonna be scared if you like. You're gonna be scared if I'm shorting this shit and you're not gonna know what's going on, and you're gonna be breathing hard if you're down $200 because you're not gonna know what's going on. Look at the rejection that's imbalance right here. So yeah, nah, you gotta see nah. That's why you gotta pay the $11 for knowledge page and then $29 for Discord. So that you can understand it because we got all of these models inside here. This is not just to hear my voice in real time. Because what you're listening to is 10 seconds delayed. But this is not just to hear my voice. It's not just for that. There's a shitload of stuff that's inside here that's not on the knowledge page. So I need to know what you know, and and you can be a part of our family. Yo, this calm has grown on this community has grown on OD. Kai the kid says, I appreciate that, man. Kai says, let's blow the horn for Kai. He said, Kai says this community has grown on me. OD. Thanks, Kai. I've got some of my clients coming to you in the trippers. Oh, thanks. Yo, hope you've been good, man. Just passed my second attempt at the funded challenge. Took me way too long, but we're here now. Great job, Kai. I'm impressed with that. He's passing his accounts now. Can't be, yeah. Great job. Great job. Great job. Proud of you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Great job. Let's take it. Let's take it piece by piece, though. All right. Let's take it piece by piece. Yeah, cause I'm not like new. I can pass my evals and get funded. I just want more knowledge. Oh shit. They just banned the live stream, the bastards. They just banned the live stream. And that's also another thing. They could ban this live stream at any given moment from TikTok, so I might have to end it. Yep. I gotta end, guys. I gotta end the current live stream. So follow me. I'm gonna end the live stream because they just banned it because I was just showing Discord. I got I gotta end it. I gotta end it. Sorry. I'm gonna end it right now on TikTok. Okay, test. All right. Damn, that would have been a perfect short right there. To be honest with you. That would have been a perfect short. Okay. Should I take my chances on this short right here?
You asking? Are you paper trading, or you really, or are you just? I mean, it don't
Real
matter.
trading.
Anyways,
Yeah. Real trading, same thing. Yeah. You know. Real trading right now. So I'm trading this tick account. Um let me evaluate.
I probably, yeah. Well, I mean,
You
I
said
would
you
say
probably
yeah because we're looking at double top, or it look like we're in that area. So
yeah. Um I'm waiting for 555 to short, she says. Yeah, that would be that would be a great short, like if they sweep that liquidity. I'm not gonna lie. So like if they sweep this liquidity and then if they give you another bearish signature, that would probably be your A plus short setup. Because why? Because you would have a sweep of liquidity. You would literally have a sweep of liquidity. Then you would have a bearish imbalance to confirm that. And then you would have the power of this 15-minute SIBI forcing this thing down. That would be your A plus short setup. So if you're willing to wait for that, then that'll be the A plus short setup to take. I'm just being 100% for real. So yeah, I see that same exact thing. The only reason why I didn't take this short while I was running my mouth was because it was just a 1 minute. And so this 1 minute SIBI right here, guys, this is why I'm repeating things over and over again so that you guys can understand what I'm thinking. So that you can start to think like how I'm thinking. So yes, I saw this and I had this circled here. But however, is this right here is what I thought that they were going to come out and take. I thought they were going to take out this and then obviously take out this because that's in the pre-market trading plan. So that's what I thought. So I didn't want to just jump the gun. So I wanted them to sweep this first, and then I would have shorted on that sweep. So that's what I was particularly waiting for. 23,553 is is the liquidity zone for this. It's 23,552.75, but it's close enough. Same thing. and it's resting right at the top of a 15-minute SIBI. It would not surprise me if they shoot this market up here to take this out. I'm just being 100% honest with you. I'm being 100% for real with you. It would not surprise me if they did that at all. Um, excuse me, I had to drink some water. Okay. Let's get readjusted here. What's the chances that they sweep this? I think I went for 555 the short, she said. Divine says. It only has one touch. Will probably reject a second time, she says. 5,000 to 510. That's too many touches. It's about ready to head to 555. Or she says 500 to 510. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we got. What you looking at? Let's see. She says, oh, wait. Wait for what? What you waiting on? Oh, wait. Waiting on what? It headed there already, but didn't touch. Okay. 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 Good job. Good job, Devon. So I'm still looking for rejection. Okay. If they come up here again, they're going to take out this liquidity. Whenever they take out this liquidity, and then whenever they liquidate people, then I'm gonna look for a short in this 15-minute SIBI. I think that that's going to be at a minimum a B plus. No, I'll probably say about a B to B plus because it's still against the overall trend. So it can't be an A. This market's starting to calm itself down now. It took it about an hour and change from liquidating people and doing weird shit. Everyone, listen. I hope that you all are starting to understand why I say do not short in a 15-minute BISI. Do you all understand what I'm telling you now? Does everyone understand why I say do not fucking short inside of a 15-minute BISI like this? Look. Does everyone understand why I say don't long in a 15-minute SIBI like this? Look at that. Look at that. To all of the people that thought this was a bull flag breakout, look what happened to them. And listen, and to the fucking orb traders. Today is their day. The orb traders. The orbs. I used to do that. I blew up too much money doing that. I'm not gonna do that shit no more. That don't make no sense. To the orb trader, and then to the breakout traders too. Oh shit, orb. We closed below. Let me short. Blow up the account. Shit. Let me short this. 30-minute shit. I was blowing up my accounts doing the 15-minute orbs. Those idiots. They don't know what they got going on. I'm gonna do a 30-minute orb. Well, you short right here now. And look what happened to you. Look where they're going now. This is a perfect example why you cannot trade orbs. I'm serious. How you gonna manage your risk off of an orb? Opening range breakout. How you gonna manage your risk off of opening range breakout? You're gonna blow up the account, man. I'm just being for real with you. Look at this shit. That fuck clusterfuck that they're doing. That master class that they got going on. Look at this disgusting price tag. Guys, it's the day before non-farm payrolls. Expected to be tricky. Clusterfuck. So I'm still looking for rejection. Okay. orbs. The orb traders. Hmm. Hmm. 1050 macro is upon us. Hmm. Are they going to use that to target this liquidity up here? That's the question. That might be the next objective. I'm just being 100% real with you. That might be the next objective here. Hmm. Hmm. How can they fuck people? I'm trying to understand how they can do this. Hmm. Am I missing something? Okay, so there's a 15 and a 15 up in here, and they have not touched this 15 yet. Okay. How can they fuck people? As in take it to where most people want to transact. What can they do? So we have this, we've already eclipsed this. What was this? Is that the data wick high? No, it is not. We've already taken that out. I'm trying, guys. I'm thinking out loud on purpose. I'm thinking out loud on purpose so you can hear my thoughts on what I'm thinking. Liquidity up here. Hmm. This right here is next. This right here is next. Should they want to go higher? Hmm. Okay. Let's zoom out. So this area right here is next. Should they want to go higher? How far away are we from here? 0.2% away. Is it likely? Hmm. If they're gonna come here, they're gonna come here. They're not gonna stop there. They're not gonna just take out this and then dump this. They're gonna come here and take this out. Because that's too close to that. That's too close to that. I'm gonna just be honest. Hmm. Guys, listen. I think that this okay. Guys, I think that this market is trying to still digest what it just did on Gap Fill Thursday. This is what I think. This is what I think, and this is what I'm going to trade off of. All right. I've thought about it. Okay. This is what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is this. They have completed a numerous amount of objectives. So they filled this imbalance from 2 days ago, the gap from SPX. Using they filled three gaps in one day. They filled three freaking gaps in one day on Gap Fill Thursday. That is insane. They filled the one from 2 days ago. That's the first one. Then they filled the one from today that they created today. No, I'm sorry, two gaps in one day. Yeah, 64, 61, well, I meant to put 64, 61, 62 right here. Same thing. So two gaps in one day, in one swoop, all like right around 10 o'clock within the first 45 minutes. Okay. This right here is the next liquidity target on as to why this market is going up. 23,555 buy side is screaming to be swept. It is screaming its name. ES has already completed multiple objectives, but ES can potentially still go higher so that NQ can complete an objective to the upside. All right, but the data may determine that. The data is kind of shaky, but they're still trying to target liquidity. All right. Um, and for everyone that's new here, do not whenever you read this, do not go, man, that was perfect. Let me forget about it. Go back to the previous days, please, for reference. Because look what I sent out 2 days ago now. Be on alert for a multitude of scenarios. They bounce this market on Wednesday, Thursday, then dump it with full force on NFP to complete the lower high, and then start aiming for lower lows, most likely scenario. So in my mind, this is what I am thinking, guys. They're laying the cheese for you. I know that it might not make sense to you guys because some of you guys are still new to here. Some of you guys are still new here. So I know it might not make sense to a lot of you guys. But for someone that has been looking at price action literally at this market for like 10 or 12 years, and I've been through the ringer with all kinds of weird ass strategies, and I've been liquidated using all of them. This this is why this is right. Because I'm understanding the psychological aspect of what they could potentially do in order to target liquidity. So do not forget about these things. They are bouncing this market on Wednesday and Thursday. Today's Thursday. So be on alert for something weird to happen on Friday. It is more than likely if they keep this market elevated on Thursday, they are going to dump this market on Friday. But you should not be, but however, you should come to today and you should read this and you should say, so you should not be trading tomorrow anyway. Tomorrow should just be used for observation purposes only. Do not risk your accounts on NFP Friday. It's just not worth it. Win, lose, or draw. Even if they pump it tomorrow, just fuck it. Then then uh then this will only be 75% right. But I mean, they just pump it. All right. But it doesn't matter because you should not be trading tomorrow. NFP is not a joke. So they're laying the cheese right now in order to liquidate people's accounts. All right. So um also, yeah. So you need to be aware of that. Um you need to be aware of that. Hold on. So, excuse me, because I'm streaming from multiple different platforms. YouTube was not able to see that. So, excuse me on that. Hold on. Because YouTube's probably like, what is this dude reading? What is he what is he talking about? That right there is what I'm talking about, YouTube. So, guys, this pre-market plan is sent out every single day. I'm live streaming from like five different platforms at the same four different platforms at like the same time. So that's what that is. So I'll give them a chance to read that. But this is playing out perfectly. But that's also why I read it out loud because I might not be able to react all the time to everything. All right. So that's what that is. So this is the pre-market plan that's sent out all the time. In order to have access to this the night before, so you can start to understand and game plan, you're going to have to be, you have to be inside Discord to see this stuff. Alrighty. So what we got. Uh, um, they're more than likely targeting this. This 1 minute Sibi right here is holding on for his dear life. I'm gonna wait for them to catch a lot of people outside and possibly shoot this up into here and then sweep this. And then if they give me a bare signature out of this 15-minute Sibi, that'll be the first play of the day. So just so everyone's aware. Well, bro, what happens if they don't do that? What happens if they just go sideways, man? Then I just don't take the trade. I just do nothing. If they if they do this, then I do nothing. Why would I want to participate? I was like, hey, bro, well, they completed numerous objectives, like how you said in the trade plan. Why don't you take a trade there? Well, because they were doing seek and destroy, and I wanted the market to calm down first. I wanted to get back to being fully manipulated again. Because if it's not manipulated, then I don't want to participate. Yes, everything that you're looking at is fully manipulated. It's controlled by an algorithm that's programmed by the market makers to book price on to book price on the code of premium and discount. That's it. Literally they just fill orders. That's all it's trying to do. But people blow up their accounts because they can't understand where it's trying to go to fill orders. They don't understand. They don't understand what's going on. So because they don't understand what's going on, they can't manage their risk off it. And a lot of people just can't avoid time distortion either, because they think they need to be trading all the time. What the hell's going on? Drink some water. Excuse me. What we got? Look at that. They're probably going to shoot this. This right here is the level that's in the pre-market trading plan. That level right there is what I'm looking at. If they're coming up here, I'll probably say it's about an 80% chance that they sweep this now at this point. Because I just personally don't think that they've come this far not to fill those orders. Because if they sweep that, they're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars in spread. And that's their entire objective. No one is more greedy than this algorithm. And people be forgetting that. And you're not going to outsmart it. You're not. So it's best that you understand what's going on and you understand its objective and what it's trying to do. Because this thing is not going off of no patterns or no freaking trend lines. It's not. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, but it's not. If it was as easy as doing some shit like this, look at this fucking clusterfuck. Look at this clusterfuck. If it was as easy as drawing, because you don't even have to draw a straight line anymore, like how you used to do back like 50 years ago. If it was as easy as drawing a line like this, because you don't got to do that no more. They got programs to where now you can just do this, to where all you got to do is just goddamn connect the dots and line it up. If it was as easy as drawing a line like this, and devising a strategy based off of this, like which is what literally a 4-year-old toddler can do, wouldn't everybody be millionaires? Just stop and just think about that. So why the fuck are you doing that? If 90% of traders fail because they don't know what the fuck they're looking at, why are you rushing to be in the 90%? I would be rushing trying to do something that's proven outside of that. And that includes those SMAs and those weird strategies. Guys, I'm not talking about investing wise. If Tesla drops below its 200-day SMA or moving average, then mother effer, you better buy. Or Google, you better buy. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on a day trading basis, what we're doing. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Look at this clusterfuck here. Look. This right here is a teaching example while I'm waiting on them to liquidate people up here above. Look at this. Just stop and just look at your screen. Look. We got 1, it formed here. 2, it formed there. 3 taps. 1, 2, 3, and a breakout. There's people that bought this shit right here. There's people that bought that shit right there, thinking that we were going to break out. Well, they got hosed and they got fucked to the downside. Guys, listen. This is the only reason why I draw patterns, so that I know how this market's fucking people, so I know what not to do. I'm serious. Guys, I still analyze these other trading strategies. And I look at them and I go, oh my goodness, they're getting fucked. Let me not do that. That's how I think. If they do this, they're gonna fuck a lot of people. Look at this. They broke it down in a straight line. They made you, they made you, so there's some people that went, oh my goodness, those idiots, I'm gonna wait for confirmation and I'm gonna short this trend line right here for the retest. And look what the fuck happened. It came down, it snapped through it, and then it immediately shot back up, and now we're shooting up higher. They're done, they're liquidated. Because they think that they're smart trying to trade these trend lines, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So even the smart Swiper the Fox from Dora the Explorer. Swiper, no swipe. Even the smart one is going to get is going to end up as roadkill. Because instead of him blowing his account here, you know, trying to long it here, he was like, well, I'm gonna wait for a breakdown and a retest to confirm it, and I'm gonna short here. Well, no, they took it up here and he got fucked. So he blew up his account there. And then there's people that put limit orders right here, buy limit orders, thinking the trend line is gonna hold this market up. No. Listen to me. They're only making it believable so that you can do that so that they can engineer liquidity for you. So that you can then enter into the market so that they can take it to a spot to where you're forced to get out. That's this market's only job. It's just to fill orders. It does not see your stop. It doesn't know if you're short or you're long. It doesn't see that. It doesn't give a fuck. I'm just being honest with you. It does not. So y'all can keep fighting that concept, but until you understand that, then you're not going to understand the logic as far as trading is concerned. As far as like mastering trading, I'm being honest. Until you submit to the fact and say, this market is not out to get me. It's not out to get me. It cannot see my orders. It doesn't give a fuck about how much money I'm up or how much money I'm down. It's only trying to fill orders and target liquidity. I get paid to react, not to predict. I have to learn how to read it. If not, I'm fucked. Until you close and my eyes were closed just now. Until you do that, I'm sorry, you're not going to understand it. Because you're always going to be 10 or 15 or 20 steps behind, not 1 or 2. If you're trading 21 and 21-day SMAs, then you're 21 steps behind, possibly 30. Because why are you trading data based off of 21 days in the past? It's today. Today's today. You can blow your account. You can blow an entire account off a 1-minute candle. Why the fuck are you trying to manage your risk off a 21-day or a 50-day SMA? That does not make any sense to me. Why are you doing that? Who the fuck told you that? Well, I know who told people that because I was searching for those trading strategies of like Reddit and stuff back then too. But they cost me a shitload of money instead of me just investing a little bit of money into someone that finally knows what the fuck they're talking about and they can call this market out day in and day out. I'm serious. It wasn't until I studied and I critiqued ICT to himself to where I was like, this dude knows what the fuck he's talking about. And then even then, I still didn't trust it and I still didn't believe it, so I wanted to refine it even better. And I wanted to combine everything that I had previously known in order to sharpen my edge and my understanding. But he just opened the clouds to me. So that was just the beginning. What we got? What's inside Discord? My first scalp strategy was 9 EMA and 21 crossover wins and lots of losses, though. Yeah, I'm telling you. I did that too, Alma. I promise I did that too. Yep. Let me put 100. Yep. I did that too, Alma. She says, my first scalp strategy was 9 EMA and 21 EMA crossover. Yeah, just stop and just think. Lots of losses. Yeah, because how you gonna manage your risk on a crossover? How you gonna manage your risk on a crossover when this market does shit like this? When this market shoots up 350 ticks in a straight line, and immediately with no news being released, it immediately dumps 350 ticks down again in a straight line. Like how? How? You cannot. You can't even trade the news off this. You blow up an account. So that's what I'm saying. I know that for a fact. Because you wanna know why? Because I did it. And you did it just now. Lots of losses, yeah.
I'm out of here, Brody.
All right, bro. Holler at me, man.
Yes, sir. Discord. Good work today.
Great job today, guys.
Good to see you. Good. Yes, sir.
That's my boy. Yeah, guys, it's true. How? How can you do that? Yeah. She said my first strategy was 9 and 21. People like, no, the fuck he's not. Yeah, look. She said it herself. Look at your screen. Look, my first scalp strategy was not. All right. Oh, Felicia said, yeah. Have a good day. Yeah, how? How you gonna manage your risk off that? How can you do that? at that fake dump. They're fucking around here. They're just in this weird time. I need them to liquidate somebody here shortly. That's what I need. My first was the 15-minute orb, Felicia says. Yeah. Yeah. I went from the 15-minute orb to then blowing accounts with the 15-minute orb to then going to the 30-minute orb. And then I was still blowing accounts. And I was like, what the? And I could not figure out what the hell was going on. Because the market would seemingly sniff me out and it would break out and I would long it and then it would dump back in the range. And then like I would be, and then it would either dump it and liquidate my account or it would break out and then come back in the range and then do this. And I would just be in agonizing pain for like 3 or 4 hours. And then I would close up the trade and I'd be like, God damn it. And then every now and then I would get lucky and I'd make a little bit of money. But I was still losing money hand over fist trying to trade that shit. And I was like, man, I can't time this market off no goddamn orb. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? I'm serious, guys. Orb means nothing more than I am looking at levels and I am waiting for them to break out, and I am randomly gonna blindly hop onto the back of a train caboose, and I'm gonna pray to God it gets me to my destination, and I'm gonna pray to God that I'm gonna get out within a reasonable amount with what I'm comfortable with before it blows my account. That's all that means. Yeah, fake out. Yeah, she says it works 50% of the time. Me use max orb but not work all the time. Fake out. Yeah, but let's just say that it did work 53% of the time. Even then, how you gonna manage your risk on that other 47%? How you gonna manage your risk? What? You gonna use the whole range? You see what I'm saying? It's just like, how you gonna do that? How you gonna manage your risk to something like that to within a few points? You cannot, because well, Buster, I'll use the whole day as my stop. Okay, if you're using the whole daily range as a stop, then that means that you just don't know how to read the market. Okay, you can do that. That's fine. Whatever works for you, but don't try and confuse me, and don't try and masquerade it as anything other than you don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm just being honest. If you're using an orb strategy, let me delete this. If you're using one of these orb strategies or whatever it is, and if your stop is like 0.75%, then that means that you don't know how to read this market. If your stop is 0.6%, is 600 ticks, then you don't know how to read this market. Then that means that at a minimum you should be looking at making 1%. What's the chance that this market's gonna move 1% every single day? Why are you trying to take trade trying to gain a percentage for it? That don't even make no sense. Like a full-blown percent. That don't make no sense. You're not managing your risk properly. People think day trader means I take a lot of trades during the day. No. You're not a day trader, you're a risk manager. You manage your risk and then you let the statistics align with how well you manage your risk. I'm serious. It's called damage control. It's the same thing what Apex is doing. If you start making hit Apex over the head for damn near 250, 350,000, and you let me know if they let you keep doing what the fuck you doing. Just let me know. Do it. Do it. I promise you. Let me know. You wanna know why? Because they have a risk team. Because they go, yo, this dude is too profitable. Let's shut him down. So now you can keep trading with us, but whenever you blow them accounts, which you eventually will, because it's a funded account, and you keep on withdrawing money, then you just can't purchase no more. So you can't keep doing what you're doing. Let me know. And then whenever you get that email, then we can laugh it up together, and then me and you can bump emails together. You know, we can yeah, we can We can, like how you toast it up, we can toast it up and bump cups together. But instead of cups, we can bump emails together and we can compare. And it'll be the same copy and paste the email. It's a fake out. Why is it a fake out? Because they're targeting upper levels of liquidity. They're just fooling you. Until proven otherwise, like they gotta dump this bitch on some a serious note in order for me to go, man, you know what? They just leaving that alone and they're not fucking around. They got they gotta do some outlandish shit like how they did yesterday. Like this shit right here. Like they was getting they was getting ready to fill this gap down here that I had this circle on, and they came to within 0.02% of doing it. And I said to myself, what was coming? I said, it's the end of the day. They fucking around. They're not coming to fuck around. They got to do some shit like that in order for me to go, man. You know what? They're not trying to take out that liquidity. They they have another objective. Then I'll just align myself with that. I don't give a fuck about being right or wrong. And the reason why I don't give a fuck about being right or wrong is the reason why I'm right I'm almost all of the time. Because I just align myself with it and I understand what they're trying to do. This right here is where they're trying to come to. Whether you like it or not, that's what they're trying to come to. So it's just a matter of, can you wait patiently here? And then can you wait for a solid setup to manage your risk off of? And can you have the patience to then take the trade and then manage your risk accordingly and not fucking full port it? Can you do that? You do that. That's it. That's all that matters. And then can you repeat it once or twice a day? That's it. So I'm gonna be honest. Until proven otherwise, I don't give a fuck about the time distortion. I don't care about any objectives. I want them to go. I want them to go 4 for 4 on this pre-market plan. Fill the SPX gap. Gap fill Thursday on the same day. Check, check. And then I want them to take out this liquidity here. And then I want them to tap into this 15-minute SIBI, and then I want them to give me a bearish imbalance. And then I'll consider a short scalp, but it ain't gonna be nothing but 25 or 30 ticks on because I'm going against the overall trend of this market. And I'm trying to build great habits for the 1K to the 50K challenge. I'm just trying to stack days and take solid trade setups. It might be a little bit more if the volatility just completely shoots to the roof. But VIX is below 16 now. So we got that going against us. While I'm waiting on them to sweep this liquidity right here, let me write this down in my journal. Hold on. The Q's HVL is what? Let's see. What's up with this thing update? So while I'm waiting for them to sweep that level, the Q's HVL is Q's HVL is 566. We're in positive HVL again. Volatility is suppressed. That's why VIX is dumping through the. That's why VIX is dumping. We're in positive HVL again. Zero DTE is 570, so it's below us. We're in double positive HVL as of right now. Not super deep, but the sentiment is starting to change. SPY. SPY HVL is what's going on with this thing? SPY HVL is 642.50. 642.50. Zero DTE is 639. So we're in positive HVL because it's below us. Double positive on SPY. Volatility is fully suppressed. Every buy order that this algorithm is booking price on gets met with a sell order. Volatility is suppressed. Don't expect damn near almost every red candle to be met by damn near a green candle of equal or greater size over the course of a certain period of time. but it's going to be heightened because not because NFP is tomorrow. Oh shoot, no, not that. That's ES. I'm not paying attention to that. Sorry, Bula. Hey, good morning. Upset I slept through class last night in Discord. Cause said, cause it's recorded for you. It's recorded for you. Bula, I was not trying to ignore you. It gets bogged down, so I'm sorry, Bula. Bula, are you still here? I'm getting ready to answer your question. Are you still here? Just say yes or no, Bula. Spy, are you still here, Bula? Bula, are you still here? The Discord of the knowledge page is it's like it's $40 a month, not a week. It's a month. That ain't nothing. Normal price should be about 5 to 8 thousand a month. I'm being for real. SPX HVO. All you gotta do is click on the link in the bio. You'll see it. It'll say monthly. But Kaz, everything was recorded for you for the eval instant pass from the class yesterday. SPX HVO was spy. SPX HVO is.
Yep.
Yo, what's up?
On this, when you look at the chart on the liquidity levels, my bad, since you was talking about SPY
No, you
and
good.
it's kind of moving. Do you look at how far left do you look at that liquidity level?
On spy? You looking at spy?
Yeah, I'm looking at SPY, Brody.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure that chart. How far left am I looking? Um, Spy is a little bit harder to determine the liquidity because Spy likes to gap down because it's not traded 23 hours a day. So honestly speaking, the next the next the next liquidity level that is probably going to start to reject is here. So whatever so this lines up to 815, and that's what I'm saying. So you can't see this on Spy. So that's also why people are blowing up their accounts because they can't understand why Spy is going up. Well, people don't understand that Spy is mirroring ES. And so ES might be trying to target this, but then they're like, "Yo, why the hell is this market shooting up like this? What the hell is going on?" Well, Spy is just mirroring this. So to me, this possibly looks like the next liquidity zone. But however, I think that this market's going to start to digest what it's getting ready to do once they sweep this. So, do I think that they still take this all the way up into here like this? Another 0.5%? Yeah, could be. But I think that at most, if they take out this over here on ES, if they take out 64.9150 on ES, I think that this market's going to start to stall out. Why? Because why would they shoot this market up a full blown percent and a half all the way up into here before NFP? Why would they do that? That just doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm just being for real. So I think that they're still effing around, and I think that they're trying to take people for a ride that are still trying to trade this news because there's people that woke up today and then they saw this and they saw that this news was coming out and they saw it released as not good, and the jobs report came out today and it came out and it came out cool because more people was unemployed. That wasn't the best news. The PMIs came out bearish, and so they saw us dumping like this here, and they was like, "Oh my God, bad news. Let me short." And people don't understand that this market's going to do whatever it's going to do regardless. It doesn't give a fuck about news. So they'll pump it. They'll pump it on bad news, and then they'll dump it on good news. So people can't be predicting. The people that predict, they blow up their accounts. So with that being said, they're targeting. So that with that being said, Shard, they might take these people for a ride up in the air. So what I'm personally going to do is I'm not going to tempt fate. I want them to sweep this, and then I'll take a short position somewhere up in here, but it's going to be a quick scalp, and obviously I'll call that out. And now, in regards to ES, I'm gonna be honest, Shard. I'm not sure because they're getting because right now they're getting ready to sweep this, and this right here might be their max target for today. I'm just being for real. So, I mean, it's probably best to wait for confirmation. Long story short, if you're gonna hop into something on Spy, but also Spy has this huge 15-minute Sibi right here, and another 15-minute Sibi right now that's eating into right now this second. So right now they're knocking on the door right now of this target that we've been looking at. Does that make sense, Short? What you think? I know I said a lot. I know I said a lot, but what you think?
Yeah, so
Talk to me.
I seen a level kind of on my trading view. It had a level like 646. And so obviously it broke it, you know.
Hmm.
But on the dangerous side, I'm like, if it's because I'm thinking, gap fill Thursday, but you just don't know, at the same time. Like you always say, you just can't put all your money in and say, oh, that bit is gonna go either way.
They already did
So I
gap fill
see it
Thursday,
break
Short.
640. You feel it? You think so? You think it's finished?
They'd already filled the gap on gap fill Thursday, brother. They did two. They did two already. I swear to God, they did it. I swear to God, they did it. Look at the alert right here. Look. Today's the fourth. But what they did was this, Shard. Look at your screen. Look at your screen. Hold on. Let me pull it up. They did this, Shard. So so from last night, gap fill Thursdays upon us. 6461 gap fill from 2 days ago. All right. If a gap from SPX is created on New York session, which was today, I sent this out last night, expected to be filled, they will then target the next imbalance. So what that means is so they gapped it up, and what they did was they gapped it up to then target this one, and then they came back down and then they filled today's gap. So they filled today's gap at 10:15. So the only reason why this market pulled back was because of gap fill Thursday. That was it. So this was a full blown fake out to everybody. That was it. The only so yeah, but look, they filled it at 10:15. That's why I set an alert right here. So how I do this is I come here every day a gap is filled. I come over to SPX. I come over to SPX and I look at where it closed at 359, and I right click and I set an alert, and it has to go, and I put less than if price is above. So it has to go below here in order for me to know that it's filled. But look, they filled it right here. They filled it right here damn near to the tick, and then they bounced it. And now they're just liquidating people. So thank God you asked that question. So yeah, it's filled. It's done.
Yeah.
And there was a gap from 2 days ago that they filled. It was right here. This was it right here. Right here. They filled it right here. And that was that. So they filled it right here, 9-2, and then they came back down and they filled it like how we said in the pre-market plan, and they shot it back up. So they finally just took out this liquidity over here in the pre-market trading plan. So they just took out that liquidity. Hold on. Look at that. But I don't like how they did that. I don't like how they did that. I don't like how they did that because I wanted them to because I wanted them to green shoot this above. So because of how they did that, I might have to wait for a bearish signature to form first. I don't like how they did that. Just me personally. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that the trade's not valid. Great job. Great job, Bash. Great job. Move that stop to break even, Bash, at a minimum. What the hell is that? Move that stop to break even, Bash. Just close. Oh, so you just closed it? Great job. Great trade. Great trade. So they took that out, but I don't like how they did that because they didn't create any imbalances. So so I'm on alert with this. Great trade. Good job, Bash. Bash, you're starting to see it now. Great job. Um, Yeah, guys, if they don't give me something that I like, I'm just not gonna take it. So this right. So yeah, they came here and then they swept it and they tapped it as 15, but I want them to shoot it up in here and then at least do like a liquidation break, not just break it on one or two candles. But it was still there and the idea still works. But you know, guys, just because you can call this market out doesn't mean that it's going to give you an opportunity to enter into a trade or within your risk parameters. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Look, they're dumping it now. Yep. Mm. No bearish imbalance is really being formed yet, except this one mini. Not anything crazy. Um. Hmm. 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 Look at them target that liquidity that they took this out. Look at that shit. That was their entire objective. That's crazy to me. This market has every this market has every single reason on as to why it should dump. Or not dump, but pull back. Every single it has full validation to pull back. Great job, great trade. Thank you. Hit my limit orders today from 555. Great job, great trade. Guys, that's also the beauty of understanding of being a part of this community. Just because I don't personally take a trade does not mean that you cannot. So, guys, you see me calling it out, and you see what I'm looking at, and you can take the trade, but that's why you have to pay for the knowledge and understand what I'm looking at. Like, look, yeah, guys, you can see great trade, good job. Bash made about $500. Great job. He just closed it. We called it out. Good for him. And Q hit my limit from 555. Great job. Great trade. So, but you also have to understand, hey, like that's not something to where you shorted and then you expect it to go down to like 2 or 3%. That's just nothing more than a full blown liquidity sweep and a rejection. So that's not a swing trade. So you have to understand the kind of trades that you're taking. All right. Just for further clarification. You're my confirmation. I listen to what you say and add it to what I know. S about S and D. S/D. What's S/D, Devon? Supply and demand. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. All right. Be cautious on that supply and demand. But yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, I use supply and demand, but I use it as like, okay, well, shit, people gonna get liquidated right here. So considering I know what I know, what are they gonna be doing? Yeah, correct. You can't just do such. Yeah, correct. But it's confluence. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Great job. Yeah. Good job. Great job. Proud of you. Alrighty. And then you stop and you rinse and you repeat and you wait for them to show you something else. It's just, I mean, that's just what I'm gonna do. Anyway, what we got? Ooh, look at that. It's not looking kind of bearish. They might dump this. What we got? Are they gonna give us something today? Or they're just gonna keep BSing? What'd they do? They tapped into this. So they actually tapped into a double 15-minute SIBI here. And that actually would have been a good short. I was not paying attention to a double 15-minute SIBI above. Okay. So they're starting to reject this now. This market's probably shifting. This market's probably trying to shift its code here. So we got to be on alert. 11:36. Jesus Christ. It's 11:36 and it's going to the 11:50 macro. They're probably going to flip this bullish. Okay. So my short idea is probably getting torched. It's going to get torched. The longer that they hang this out here into the 11:50 macro, the more it's going to get torched. Then now it's ready for upside liquidity, she says. Yeah, probably. If they keep dancing it around here during the 11:50 macro, I might think so. might think so. Um, hmm, I have no idea. She says. Neither of us do. We get paid to react, not to predict. Neither of us do. I wonder what happened to that dude that said he had $100 to his name. I messaged him. I DM'd him. I was trying to talk to him. Hmm. 11:50 macro is the next opportunity. This is the next window. 10 minutes. Um. Hola, Nika. Denny says, "Are you going long here?" No, I am not going long here. If you were considering going long here, that's a problem. Why? Because they just did multiple liquidity sweeps and then they just tapped into a 15-minute SIBI. I I personally think that this market is trying to shift its code. I think this market is bearish, but I just think it's not showing it yet. But don't expect too much. But don't expect too many fireworks because NFP is tomorrow. Non-farms payroll is tomorrow. So they could just do time distortion and seek and destroy with no real objective. The only reason why I'm not jumping into a short right now is because I don't like how they swept this liquidity. I wanted them to cause more destruction. I just personally don't like that. I don't like how they did that. I want them to cause more pain before I consider going short. NFP is at 8:30 in the morning. Yes, New York Times. Yes, New York Times. Every single release that you're thinking about and, and your trading framework should be clocked off of New York Eastern Standard. This market is not going off of Mountain Western, Central, or Pacific. I wanted more destruction on the sweep of that liquidity. That's why I personally didn't take that. Just me knowing and understanding the behavior patterns in this market, I know that it likes mayhem and destruction before it typically likes to consider a decent reversal. It just does. That don't mean you can't make $400 or $500 off a scalp like how people did inside Discord when I called it out. Yeah, you can do that, but you better move that shit to break even, and you better have a modest TP in place. But I just want a little bit something more so I can sink my teeth into. But that's just me. I think they got the full blown right to really f some people over and green shoot this. I'm just being for real. Yeah. Market's trying to shift this code though. It's double rejecting this 15-minute Sibi here. Hmm. Hmm. There's literally nothing here on this chart other than these purple rectangles because those are 15-minute bissies and 15-minute Sibis respectively. So that's there so that I don't forget. So that I don't do something stupid like trying to long in a 15-minute Sibi or trying to short in a 15-minute Bissy and I get liquidated. That's why that's there. So if you randomly find yourself shorting and the market randomly bounces and reverses on you, well, guess what? It's probably because you're doing something in the 15-minute Bissy or you're doing the opposite of a 15-minute FVG, which is which is not a good idea. You shouldn't be doing that stuff. Ask me how I know. Look at that. The more that they hang this out up here at the top, the more I think they're going to cause some mayhem and destruction by green shooting this. They're just trying to hurt people. They're confusing you, not me. The more that they smooth this shit out like this, and they do this, the more I think that they're going to green shoot this and really give me what I was looking for. So if you took this trade that I was talking about, and if your stop isn't a break even, this market can seriously start to fuck you. So you better be on alert. You better move that shit to break even or TP now. I'm being honest with you because they're doing this shit, and the more smooth this is without them, the more smooth this is without them doing something like this and fucking people like that, the more I go, oh, they're gonna shoot this. They're gonna have to prove to me that they're gonna go down if they hang this around here. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. It's 2 or 3 minutes, 11:50. Let me stop. Uh oh. This is dangerous. Hands off. Hands off because we're at the HOD and we're at the top, and we did a liquidity sweep, and 1150 macro is coming on. So my short button is broken as of right now, and my long button is broken because we're at the HOD. So I don't think that's a good risk because I'm going to be fighting the programming, and I don't want to fight this algorithm. I don't want to do that, and I don't want to fight it. I don't want to fight as bullish programming. They have the full blown authority to start to moon us within the next 2 minutes, starting within the next 2 to 5 minutes, and it could go. It could really kick off at 12 o'clock too. It's the 1150 macro goes on throughout all those time frames, so you got to be on alert. If they turn this 1150 macro bearish and if they dump this down in here, something like this, then I'll consider a long. If they turn this 1150 macro bullish, like I was bullish 85 to 90% of the time, and if they shoot this up into here like this, top of the morning, what's up, Jake? And then like if they shoot this on up into here like this, and it's getting into like 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 14, something like that, then I'll short it. If they do nothing, because they want to dump it, but the bullish programming on the 1150 macro just elevates it until 12:15, then I'll wait for them to dump it, and then I'll short it on the pullback. So those are my 3 scenarios. But I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to bet against this 1150 macro. I'm damn sure not going to short this shit. I'll be a fool. I'll be a fool to do something that materializes 85% of the time. Why would I do that? I do not have a fetish for losing money. Look at that shit. Why would I do that? And you're not going to understand the program of the 1150 macro until you back tested it and until you've seen it yourself in real time. That is not in the Knowledge of Community page. That's only in Discord. They're hanging this out up here. They're hanging this out up here, and so they're going to have to show me what they're trying to do. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Some stretching in. Hold on. This is bullish. This is bullish. They're dancing us up here. I think they're going to shoot this. Until proven otherwise, this macro is bullish. Your short button should be broken. Hold on. Let me get my foam roller. Let me do some stretching real quick. Hold on. I'm still here. Hold on. Guys, they're going to have to... Guys, there's a multitude of scenarios that's going to get me into a trade. But they got one. they're gonna have to dump this down into here like this. Excuse me, not that one. They're gonna you need to start thinking. They're gonna have to dump this down into here, something like here, to where I can manage my risk off of that. And they better do it within the next 10, 15 minutes. Not 15, within the next 10 minutes, which is unlikely. I probably say that's about like a 10% chance that they do that. Cause why? Because 1150 macro is bullish 85, 90% of the time. And so I'll long the last 5, 10 minutes of the 1150 macro. I'll do that. But that's a 5 to 10% chance. Though. That's about a 10% chance they do that. The second scenario, which is more than likely, it's the 1150 macro, it's bullish, is they fully complete what I was looking at right here. So they took it out initially, but they didn't cause enough mayhem and destruction. So I think they're going to come back more. So they take it out and then they shoot it up into one of these imbalances and they keep it elevated until the end of the 1150 macro. And then once that forms, then this market will probably start to cool off, and then I'll finally get my bearish and my decent bearish imbalance that I was waiting on, like so. But then they better shoot it back up so that I can short it and manage my risk off of it accordingly. So like that's the other scenario. But however, if they just shoot this up into here and if they just dump it down here in a straight line and go without me, then they just go without me. Then that means I'll just be looking for a long down here. So that's why I don't give a shit if the market goes up or down. I don't care. But they better give me something that I can sink my teeth into and I can manage my risk off of. If not, then I'm just not going to trade. I'll save my account from being blown. And then if they do some weird shit, like to where like I can't call it to a tick, like they do manual intervention because Donald Trump starts talking, or it's the day before NFP, so they decided to shoot up in a straight line 1.5% without no lie with no rhyme or reason, then I'll just shake the market, then I'll just shake the dealer's hand, because I can't help that. Just because I can read the dealer's hand and he's showing me his cards in blackjack, and I can see the first 10 cards coming out the shoe, and I can control the people to the left and right of me and tell them what to play, and not only that, my own cards as well. That doesn't mean that the dealer that doesn't mean that when I pull a 20 that the dealer can't pull a blackjack, which is a 21, and beat me. So just because I can see he's getting ready to pull an ace out of the deck, that doesn't mean like I can't tell him to stop. Then that's just my 10% chance to lose. But I manage my risk accordingly. And I shake his hand. I go, man, you know what? Damn, good game, good job. No strategy is 100% perfect, but it's the closest thing that you're gonna get to being able to being able to avoid time distortion, navigate the market, call it to a tick, manage your risk accordingly, make your money get in and out, and understand where they're going and why, which is to fill orders. Anything else is irrelevant. Good or bad news doesn't exist. It's only it's only trying to fill orders for a specific reason. Because clearly they're shooting this right. Clearly they're shooting this right now off of not so good news. Because everyone here thought that they were smart trying to short this news here, and then now they're getting liquidated. All right. So, it's still 1150 macro. NQ is trying to go lower. ES is trying to go higher. They're slightly diverging. ES just made a new HOD. HOD. It just made a new HOD. ES and SPY. Just for your reference. Look at this clusterfuck they got going on here. Oh Lord. And NQ and QQQ and NQ did not. So they're slightly diverging right now. So that's telling me that NQ has a slightly bearish pattern. But I still don't like this. I don't like how this is resolved. I don't like that. I need some destruction in order for me to in order for them to convince me, hey, you know what? Now they are ready to turn it around. Guys, markets aren't just perfect. That's why the people that buy and sell off of round hole numbers, they'll be the ones to blow up the accounts too. I'm serious. Because if buying just random whole numbers was good enough in order for you to make money, don't you think that a 3 or 4 guys, if the strategy is good enough for a 3 or 4 year old toddler, it is not good enough in order to seriously master this market. You will simplify it down to the understanding of a 3 or 4 year old toddler whenever you understand it, because you won't give a fuck about no indicators. You can just read it in on a daily basis. But I'm talking about if the strategy requires, if all you have to do is draw a trend line, or if it requires, or if a 5 year old toddler can do it, it is not, trust me, it's not going to work. Now, that does not apply to investing, because a 5 year old toddler can just buy the S&P 500 right now, and 10 years from now, he'll be up like 20, 30%, 30, 40%. Because it's inherently designed to go up. He doesn't have to think. That's different. I'm talking about day trading, intraday trading, possibly even swing trading as well. Possibly. But intraday trading, that's what I'm talking about. It's 11:58. NQ is heavy in comparison to ES. ES is having trouble right now at this double 15-minute SIBI. It's right now at a double 15-minute SIBI. And NQ is trying to go lower. But I still don't like this. It's slightly trying to go lower, but until proven otherwise, I just think they're just trying to fool you. I need more destruction. So the more that they hang this up in here, the more I think that. And the less I will think that 15 minutes from now, whenever this macro ends, the less I'll think that. But even then, they're still going to have to prove it to me. So as of right now, guys, this is nothing more than sideways, bullish, continued squeeze, time distortion. What is that? What the hell is that? What the fuck is that dude talking about? Sideways, continued squeeze, slightly, it's just slightly, guys, just break it down, simple. Sideways, slight continued squeeze, bullish time distortion. That's it. They're just distorting time up here at the top by just grinding it higher and with no real objective. No trade. Look at SPY. Bullish sideways continued squeeze mixed with time distortion. That's nothing. That's nothing. They're fooling around. They're just fooling around. They're just trying to get people to enter and exit and just trip you out. It's the day before NFP. I'm just being honest. I concur. I ever used them, new to them today. Okay. Good job, Oma. Take your time, don't add too many strategies, Oma. Keep it simple. I concur. Okay. Watch the video, but still a bit confused. If I want the Instapass an account, do I just... No, you do not. From my understanding, you have to log 7 trading days with no more than 30. No, you're wrong about that, Kai. Kai, you just have to get to the profit target on an eval. Instant pass is instantaneous, and then once the bot does the TP, you stop trading. You have to log 8 trading days on a funded account. The rules on the funded account are completely different than the rules on the evaluation has 0 rules. You just can't go lower than the amount. And then it has a trailing drawdown. That's it. There are 0 rules with the evaluation. Kai, if that makes sense. What you're looking at in a 30% profit is the rules on the funded. There's no rules on that. None. That's why I do eval instant pass. That's literally why I do it. You cannot do eval instant pass with a firm that has a shitload of rules. They're doing that on purpose. Can't do that. Cannot do that. I use pivots and levels, my main strategy, but Fib got my attention. I just want to learn how to read the market like you. Me follow and rely on indicators a lot. No skill, just follow. Yeah, you'll get it. Just take some time. All you have to do is just listen to my voice for like a month or two. I promise you it'll make sense. So just continue to show up, Alma. You'll be good. You'll be good. Okay. So once you hit, how do you confirm that you passed? So you confirm that you passed by looking at how much money you need. So if you got a 50K account, you just need to get 3,000. But just follow the instructions in the eval Instapass method, and then once it takes you out, just don't trade. Just don't touch it. And then at like 6 or 7 o'clock, they'll send you an email. Don't touch it. About to stop now. About to pass my first challenge being in the Discord. Hey man, you've been here for 2 days. Good job, Bash. Take your time, stop, and repeat. Now, Bash, look, that's what I need you to do. I need you to chill out, all right? You up 1,000? Let's chill out and let's digest it. All right? And I want you to go out feeling really good this week, all right? All right? I'm serious. I want you to go out and I want you feeling really good, all right? So you made $1,000 today. You made $1,100 today, $1,100 yesterday. All right? Take your time now. Take your time. So next week is gonna come. With or without that account, it's gonna come. And you don't want to be trading that on NFP. Take my word for it. So feel good, study up. If you feel the need to trade, practice and paper trade. You don't want to give that money back today. You're up 12. You're up $1,100 at by 12 o'clock going into NFP. You don't want to risk it. Just trust me. Great job. Take your time, switch to a paper trading account, and learn and take notes. All right? Done for the day. Clock in for work soon. Okay, good. Great job. Take your time. You the GOAT, gang. I appreciate that, man. Just trying to help you. So we do Instapass tomorrow. What you mean, Breeze? Bryce says, bro, just hop in lawns and just stop. What you mean just stop? Why would I buy the tippity tip top of the move? Why would I do that for? Ask the people that did this over here and and just decided to hop in the lawns. Why would I just do that for? What you talking about? What strategy you be using? You like buying a tippity tip top in the HOD? You like doing that, Bryce? You like doing that? Are you trying to make fun of me, or are you trying to say certain things because you know, because you like to jump on the highway and you like to go 200 miles an hour in your Lamborghini? You know, because if you get into a car accident and you get unalive, then you're not gonna get to the destination. It don't matter how fast your car can go. Shit, that's how you blow up an account. I'm serious. That's how you blow up. What you talking about, Bryce? What's going on? Just hopping along. Do you understand that one NQ contract is worth 500,000? So an entry level position is 500,000. So my normal position size is like 1 million. And we got people in here that's been staking me out for there's people inside that he's gladly admitted it. And so I would pull it up, but people can confirm because he said it 2 days ago. He was like, "Yeah, I was staking you out for 2 months," and he was laughing because he was like, "Yeah, I was staking you out for 2 months before I decided to join." And he was staking me out for 2 months for $11. And some of y'all are still doing that right now. But you want me to hop into $1 million position and just do it at the HOD. Just stop and just think about that. Just use your brain and just stop and just think. I'm serious. It sounds like lunacy when I put it like that, doesn't it? Sounds like it sounds like complete lunacy, doesn't it? Would you buy something for $1 million without double checking? Would you? If that thing that you can buy can unalive you at any given moment, would you do that? I don't think so. What you think it's finna do? I got no idea. It's the 1150 macro and as a bullish programming for at least the next 4 or 5 minutes. I personally think that this market is trying to reverse, but there's a few things that's keeping it. There's a few things that's keeping me handcuffed. I don't want to short it because it's the 1150 macro. It has a bullish programming, so that's why I think it's going sideways. They're also keeping this elevated right here And I don't like how this is perfect. So, which leads me to believe that I think that they want to do something like this and give you a fuck you candle and then dump it. Like that. And I don't want to buy it because they just did a multiple liquidation sweep. They just took out this liquidity level right over here that was inside Discord. Right here. They just took this out. Gap fill Thursday is upon us. SPX has multiple imbalances to fill. They did this. They took out this from 9-2. If a gap on SPX is created during the New York session, which it was, it gapped up, expected to be filled. They will then target the next imbalance. So they did that and took this out. It was meant to be this, but it was a typo. I sent this out last night, almost at midnight. All right. PMI at 9:45 and 10 a.m. on the day before NFP means we should probably wait for more confirmation and take it piece by piece. 23,555 buy side is screaming to be swept. That's where everybody made money inside Discord. But the data may determine that. If SPX starts hunting upside gap for liquidity, it will drag NQ along with it. Time distortion and seeking a story is most likely. Expected to be a tricky market tomorrow. So I'm just following my rules. Are you? I'm aware of what's going on. So that's for the people that just ran, hey man, shut up and stop talking, bro. Just buy a contract, man. What the fuck am I waiting on? You let me know what your account look like. How that's working out for you. How do I get inside Discord? You got to pay the $11. The link is in my bio, but that's for the knowledge and community page, and it's super inexpensive like that on purpose, because I need to know what you know, and so you need to have the baseline understanding, and I update it from time to time. So you need to understand what we're looking at, because this is not an alert service. You'll be able to make a shitload of money, but it's not an alert service. Because if you don't know what I'm looking at, if you can't read what I'm looking at, you're gonna be scared. So you got to understand what's going on. So don't just copy my trades in here. That's $11 a month for the knowledge and community page, and then on page 1 it will show you how to join Discord. It's $29 a month. If you can't afford $40 a month, then you probably shouldn't be trading. I'm just being for real with you, because this is like a $5,000 to $10,000 a month course. Because I do one-on-one lessons and one-on-one classes for everyone that's inside Discord. I just did a class last night until 11:30 at night. And then we got Eva shit. There's so much shit inside here. God knows. I literally can't even go down the list for how much shit you get from being inside here. And I respond to them almost 24 hours a day. There's people that be hitting me up at like midnight or 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, and I just be up because I only sleep for 6 hours a day. I live life like a toddler. I'm serious. I got no stress and no issues. Nothing. And I don't care about who's the president or none of that stuff. I'm not concerned myself with none of that. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether or not these numbers keep printing. And they are. These numbers control the president, whether you like it or not. It does. Whenever the market was dumping too much, he walked back his tariffs, and the market pumped 20% and like 15% in a day. So I don't give a fuck what they got going on. And I know how to read this market to a tick. And I understand its behavior patterns, and you will too, from being here with us. What highs do you think we get to for clear buys? I got no idea. I'm waiting on them to show me something. I'm waiting on them to do something God knows unforeseen first. Then I'll determine that. So I think that they got to resolve this 15-minute SIBI, but I think this market's going to start to stall out somewhere in this range. But they got to show me something. That's what I'm waiting on. I personally think that NQ wants to go lower, but it wants to cause mayhem and destruction first before going lower. Because before they go lower, they're going to go higher. But people don't understand that concept. So I'm not just going to jump in front of this moving train. And then we at the HOD, so I'm not going to do that. Ask the people that down here that did that. Ask the people that tried to short the LOD down here what happened to them. So the people that like to rush in the trades, they get fucked. I'm not going to do that. I used to be one of them like 10 years ago. I'm not going to do that. And so if you're new to trading, then I'll just save you 10 years of pain and hundreds of thousands of dollars of being blown from being inside here. But you just got to listen. You got to humble yourself. And you got to ask questions. And you got to be willing to study and watch a few YouTube videos. There ain't nothing but 3 pages on the Knowledge Community page with some instructional videos. What's that to you? Then you can make Then after a few months, you could be making minimum 2,500 to $5,000 to $10,000 a day doing what we do off for 2 or 3 trades a day. I'm serious. There's people inside here making $250,000 a day. You're like, hey, no, the fuck you're not. Yeah, they are. I don't have to repeat that because there's literally damn near like 100 people listening to my voice right now. Like there's dozens of people listening to my voice inside Discord, and they can talk at any given moment. I'm not lying. But at a minimum, you're gonna learn how to make $500 to $1,000 a day, and be in the top, hmm, and be in the top 7 to 8% of Americans, and probably the top 3 to 4% of humans in the world, at a minimum. What we got? I don't like this. The 1150 macro is over with, and it is 12-weight lunch sweep. However, just like how with yesterday, I am not going to interfere with their number one objective, which is liquidity. So everyone needs to understand that. Just because the time acts have a statistically proven chance, that does not mean that you get to override what you're looking at. If it looks as though that they're targeting upper levels of liquidity, you do not blindly short it or long it, depending upon whatever the time hack says. All right. Like you have to have you're always going to have something to manage your risk off of. This is not a joke. I seriously think that they're going to moon this until proven otherwise. They're hanging this out here for a reason. They're probably going to give these people about 4 or 5 minutes at the most to reconsider. Every single person that decided to short down here and that's still holding on to hope, they're probably going to get, more than likely, they're going to get about 3 or 4 minutes to reconsider their decision before their account goes to zero. They're doing this on purpose, but you just don't understand what they're doing, and you can't decipher it. And every single person that's in an options trade right now, they're getting hosed because they're suffering from what's called theta decay. Because the closer we get to the EOD, the end of the day, and this market just does this time distortion shit here, the more liquidity that they're engineering for them, because they'll just start closing out their positions. But I seriously think the NQ is trying to go lower. But the only reason why it's not dumping is because I just feel as though that they have not caused enough mayhem and destruction yet. They're going to have to show me some mayhem and destruction to the downside before I take this position. I'm short this triple top. I hope you're scalping, Jack. I hated the Greeks. Felicia says they drove me to futures. Oh, yeah, it's tough. Calling a stop hunt and drop could be. That's what I'm waiting on. Cause that's what I'm waiting on. You wanna know why? Because I know that this market doesn't like perfect, and this triple top right here makes me nervous. It could work out, and they could very well dump this. They very well could, and if they do, then great. That's good. That's fine. But I just personally don't like that. I think that they want to cause more destruction. From what I've seen, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, they like to cause more destruction. They just do. I'm just being honest. So I'll play it. I'd rather play it safe than sorry, me personally. But like again, guys. Two things can be true at the same time. I think this market is trying to reverse. The only thing stopping me from shorting this right now is the fact that I just personally think that they have not caused enough mayhem and destruction yet. I'm just being honest. That's it. That's the only thing preventing me from shorting this. And me seeing this triple top, me seeing this triple top right here makes me think in my brain that they're going to try and liquidate people. I'm just being 100% for real. You want to know why? Because 90% of people are looking at that and they're going, yo, that's a triple top. Let me short that shit. And I don't think that most of them are understanding that this market is trying to fill orders. I was just being honest with you. So I'll sit here and I'll wait. I'm just being, I mean, like, that's just what I've seen. But just because that they might dump this, that does not disprove the rule. An exception does not make the rule. So they took out this liquidity here that people that I called out, and people made money on this. They took it out again, they made money on this again. But this right here makes me nervous. I don't like that. This is damn near a quadruple top. 1, 2, 3, and if you go all the way back over here, and if you go all the way back over here, 4. The only thing stopping, the only thing sending another reason why I'm trying to short this is because this is a 15-minute SIBI. So I'm not looking for longs right now at this point. I'm looking for shorts, but I need a better entry first. I need them to cause more mayhem and destruction. I think that they're trying to take this market lower. But I'm not going to tug on Superman's cape before he gets to the destination. Lewis Lane is calling his name, and I don't want to fuck around with him. He loves that woman way too much. And I don't want to be a part of anything opposite of what he got going on. I'll wait for him to get to the destination and then talk to him first. And ask him how he's doing and ask him how he's feeling. Because he can give me a one-hitter quitter and I'll just be vaporized. Them coming up here again makes this dangerous. We will see how this plays out. And we'll see if it plays out like how I've always said 90% of the time. We will see. But if they just do time distortion, then we do nothing. Why would I trade a sideways market for? When no one knows if this is going to break up or down. The only reason why I'm saying that I feel as though it's going lower is because of its behavior patterns from what I've seen. And because we're at a 15-minute SIBI. And because we've taken out multiple levels of liquidity in one swoop. I'm just being 100% for real with you. If they come up here again, they're going to shoot this. They're effing around. And I think that a lot of people are getting ready to find out. Wicks are nasty again, yep. What is that? 2355 level. That level right there is the liquidity level that was inside Discord. That was taken out. That was sent out on the pre-market trading plan. That was this level right here. That was sent out last night. 23,553 buy side is screaming to be swept. That was that. So that's why I am not longing it, because they just swept that liquidity. And then it's right at the top of a 15-minute SIBI. So I think that this is bearish, but I just don't like how they're presenting it to me. So I'm gonna just choose not to participate. I think that they're trying to dump this market. Time distortion and seeking destroy is most likely today. Expect a tricky market tomorrow. This is tricky. They're confusing you. Where's your Discord link? Tim says, it's in my bio. You got to click it. So when you click on it, there's going to be a photo of a white with blonde hair cartoon character that's going to say knowledge and community page. That's $11. When you click on it, it'll show you the WAP. It's $11 to join, Tim. And then But you can't join Discord from there. When you pay the $11, that's a knowledge community page for the understanding of what's going on. Because this is not an alert service. When you sign up, you'll automatically get an email, and it will literally say this is not an alert service. In that message, it's a lot more than that, but you'll read it, you'll see it, and then from page one, just read the page, and it'll show you how to join Discord. So you can join Discord from page one. It'll show you, Tim. It'll show you. I respect how you don't force the trade. I've blown 6 to 8 evals trying to chase something. Then you need to understand and you need to pay for the knowledge community page. I'm just being honest with you. If you're blowing those evals and if you're chasing, then that's a problem that needs to be corrected. You'll learn how to fix that from being here with us. But you need to humble yourself, and you need to put those accounts on ice. I'm being for real. If you've blown about 10 of them, then you need to close to 10. You need to chill out. You need to humble yourself because either you're going to pay a fraction of the cost of the knowledge up front now, or you're going to give it back to the market maker. And the market maker, as in like the prop firms, because you're just giving them your money for an evaluation. And just because you pass an evaluation using a weird strategy doesn't mean that you get to the payout, because you got to start all over. So you got to do it again, and then you're gonna be nervous because you don't trust your strategy. So then you're never gonna get to a payout. I'm just being honest with you. I know personally, and I spoke to a guy that runs his own successful prop firm, one of the best in the industry, and he says that he wants people to pass him because he says that they pay the activation fee and then they just blow up the accounts. And he was like, I don't make no money off the evals. I make all my money. He was like, I make most of my money off of people passing and then blowing them because they get scared because they know that they got to make 250%, 200% to pass it. So he was like, so if it's a $150K account and they got to make 9 or 10,000 to pass it, they think it's a $150,000 account, but it ain't nothing but a $5,000 account because they can only lose 5,000 before they blow it. That's what he told me. I'm serious. Seriously. So he was like, they don't realize that they got to make 200% and then they start all over. And so they think that they've come so far, and most of them are trading these weird ass strategies. He thinks he trades exactly how I think, and he knows he knows the truth. So he goes, yeah, they're trading those other weird ass strategies, and then they find these strategies off of X and stuff like that, and they think that they're coming up, but they're not. But he's white. There's nothing wrong with white, but he talks a little bit different. He's like, yeah, Eric, they think they're coming up, but they don't know what they're doing. They're trying these weird strategies, man. But hey, you know what? I want them to pass the accounts because did you know that they have to make 250%, and then they start all over, and now they think, oh my goodness, I've spent the last 2 months doing this. I can't go back. Let me not take this loss. And then that's when they blow up the accounts. And then I get to keep all of the money. And I said, whoa, that's crazy. He was like, yeah. But he was like, I thank you. I was like, why? He was like, people like you keep me in business. I was like, why? He was like, well, because they see how much money you make and they see what you're doing, and they think that they can replicate it by trying to cheap it out themselves, but it's an illusion. So they'll just blow up the accounts and they'll think that they can make 10, 15, 20, $30,000 in a day, but they're not willing to submit themselves to the process. So, you got to be cautious with that, man, because because I told him, I was like, man, I'm thinking about live streaming. He was like, yeah, you got to be cautious with that, man, because they'll see how easy it is and they'll think that they can replicate it doing these weird strategies, but they won't. They won't. Most of them won't even be willing to learn. So, it's kind of crazy. Those were all $17 on Apex with discounts, so I didn't really lose anything. Okay. Yeah, I know. I just got another TPT 50K today, so I'm really looking to stay patient. I closed. Don't like this anymore, Jack says. I still think they're gonna dump this, Jack, but they're not giving it to me in the way that I like it. What's the daily bias? The daily bias was already given out. There, there is no daily bias. It's only, it's only, it's only what they're going to do in order to target orders. That's it. The daily bias was here. It was given out earlier. Right here. It was right here. Gap fill Thursday is upon us. Anything happening in Asia or London is irrelevant to me. SPX has multiple imbalances to fill. 641, 62 gap filled on 9-2. If a gap is created in New York session on 940 sent out last night at 11:30 after the free class, expected to be filled. They will then target the next imbalance. 64.62 is most likely. I put it in bold for a reason. All right, check, 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 and then they took it out right here. They took it out right here, and then this was that dump, and then they came back down and they filled it. Excuse me. They took it out here, and then they dumped it and they filled it and they pumped it. So that was that. So you would have been aware if you was inside Discord. And then on top of that, the other level that we had here was this. And then the other level that we had here was this. As you can see on your screen, for anyone that's new that just joined, 23,553 buy side is screaming to be swept. That is why I am not long in this market. That is why I think that I am bearish. But they're just not giving it to me in the way that I like it, so I'm just not going to do it. It's NFP tomorrow. This market's why? Hey, bro, hurry up. Why? Because time distortion and seeking destroy is most likely. Expect a tricky market tomorrow. I'm cautious. That's why. Is that Discord on your link? Yeah, it is. But that's the knowledge community page for $11. The Discord link is hidden on purpose because you're going to have to sign up for the knowledge community page. And if you have any questions, like if you join, if you're like, hey, bro, what's the FVG? I'm going to say, did you read page 1? Did you watch the FVG playlist? Hey, bro, what you mean by liquidity sweep? What's going on with that? Did you read the FVG playlist where it clearly says do not mention or ask me any questions on Discord before watching this video? I'm going to say that. And then if you want to join the classes, that's free to everybody inside Discord, then that's fine. Like, hey, bro, what the hell are you getting out of this? Free classes, all this shit? This shit seems too good to be true. People making money inside there. I see it, but what the hell is going on with that? What you get out of this? I know this market's going to do what it's going to do regardless. So why wouldn't I want to help people? Hey, bro, well, why are you spending your time like that? Like you was really up to 11:30 last night doing that class. Somebody must be paying you under the table. What the hell is going on? That's not normal. That's too good to be true, bro. I don't believe you, scammer. Well, I know how to make $10,000 in like 1 or 2 minutes. There's nothing that I could charge you in order for you to reasonably pay for my time. Now, if you want to pay me $10,000 for like 15, 20 minutes of my time, then yes. We can do that. But other than that, no. Because if I get sick or if I feel some type of way or like if I'm just not feeling my best or if I go on vacation and if you book and if you book an hour's worth of my time for $1,000 or something like that, then that means that I have to show up with that enthusiasm. And so now I am your employee because you are paying for my time and I have to deliver. No one can make me deliver if I don't want to. That's why it's free. That's why I won't charge you. But you got to at least attempt to learn. So I don't want to be an employee to nobody. So that's why I don't charge. That's why it's free. We don't give a fuck. It's gone with us. My favor is you telling us ABC setup, and if you're only going in with half, okay. What you mean, Felicia? Whoa, what's going on over there, Felicia? We don't give a fuck. Who upset you? What happened, Felicia? Goodness. Lord Jesus. Like Coach Prime says, Lord Jesus, what happened, Felicia? What's going on? What's going on over there? You okay? My bad. What happened? What you talking about? The next class is going to be this weekend. I'm going to send out the poll. I'm going to link it today. I sent this to the chat instead of a text. Oh, goodness. Uh-oh. Hope that didn't upset you. Oh, let me not be on the other side of that. Let me stay. Uh-oh. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, she ain't playing. Excuse me. Excuse me. No, she ain't playing. She ain't playing it. She ain't laughing at my joke. So somebody really upset her. Let's just her. Yeah. Yeah, let's just give Felicia some time. All this aside. You don't want to be on the other end of an upset woman. You gotta chill out. Ain't nothing to play with. I apologize, guys. Whew. Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure you were good. Cause, listen, Felicia, look, if somebody upset you, then they upset me. I got a problem with that. So, like how they say in Atlanta, it's up. It's up with them, for real. If they upset you, and if they upset one of the insider family members, I got a problem with them. Yeah, yeah. She said, I apologize, guys. All right, guys. As long as I put a little smile on your face. What we got? Man, hey guys, they're just in time to store, so you got to learn how to navigate this. They're just goofing off. Whoa, what is that? Is that a double? I don't like how they did this. We just waiting on this triple top to get taken out to consider a short, right? That's what I was thinking, but not short. Nubs said. Yeah, Nubs. What I'm waiting on is I'm waiting on Nubs. I think this market is bearish. Not bearish as in like we're going to go to zero, but what I'm saying is that I think they want to do like a serious pullback to start targeting lower levels of liquidity here. But however, I don't like how they did this. I don't like how they give this 1, 2, and 3 triple top here. I don't like that. I wanted them to give me something like this so that I can get a decent SIBI in order to short off of a pullback into, so I can manage my risk to start targeting lower levels of liquidity. That's what I was waiting on. So because they're doing this time to short thing, and because they didn't cause enough mayhem and destruction, you've been a part of this community Nubs for a while, so you've seen how this market likes mayhem and destruction. This triple top right here is screaming to me that people are going to be putting orders there, so I think they're going to smash that. That's just what I personally think. So because of that, I wasn't trying to tug on Superman's cape. So I'm waiting on them to give me something more presentable and to create some imbalances to target some liquidity so that I can then manage my risk off of that accordingly. So that's it. So yeah, he says we tapped into a 15-minute BISI, but market and time distortion moving weird. No, that's a 15-minute SIBI, Nubs. Yeah, that's a 15-minute SIBI right there. 15-minute SIBI. Yeah, SIBI, yep. So we're just waiting. We're just waiting. Biding our time. Biding our time. Just sub to your Discord for a year. Thank you so much, brother. What you got? You did? That wasn't Discord. That was the Knowledge of Community page, Tim. So yeah, you're gonna have to have the Knowledge of Community page, but that's good. But the Discord is on page 1, Tim. Page 1. So read page 1 whenever you sign up for the WAP. You said you sub for a year. I don't see you, Tim. Where'd you sign up at? So you just sub for a year. Oh, I see. It just came through. Excuse me, Tim. Guys, that's the one thing about me. If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. I'll shut the fuck up. He is correct. I see his name, Tim Bryant. I see his name. Guys, I think that they're gonna if they come up here again, they're gonna shoot this. Guys, NQ is now diverging away from ES, but it's in a bullish way. They flip. They're taking turns now. Is that a fake out? Possibly. If they come up here again, I think they're going to shoot this. The chances of them doing this 5 times and not shooting this and just full blown reversals for the rest of the day is negligible. But it is the day before NFP, so expect a tricky market, like how I said inside Discord. So Tim, that's the Knowledge Community page. So Tim, just subscribe to the Knowledge Community page. But Discord is on page 1. It'll show you. Just click on the link that says join Discord here. It'll show you, Tim. And then Tim, when you join, just hop on over to Discord, and then welcome, and then say hello, and then everybody will welcome you, Tim. They'll say hello. What I mean, okay, guys, sorry, guys. I have multiple screens, so I have 3 screens I'm looking at. I got one above me that's always showing ES, and I have one to the left of me that's always showing QQQ, so that I can look for imbalances on QQQ. If you're paying attention, look, ES is now trying to go lower slightly. ES is feeling more heavy, and NQ is trying to shoot up. It was the opposite for 10, 15 minutes ago. So this leads me to believe now that if ES decides to garner any strength whatsoever, NQ is going to shoot this. If they inverse this 1 minute CB right here, this market's going to shoot, I think. But they're still in time distortion. So I'm not going to pull on Superman's cape here because I still think they're going to take this out because I don't like how they're presenting this to me. They're fooling around here. I don't care about this time distortion thing that they're in. If they're going to be in a sideways market, then I'm not going to trade. This right here is the definition of a tricky market. That's why you have to read the pre-market plan inside Discord. This is the full-blown definition of a tricky market. Look at this clusterfuck. You will learn how to navigate that here with us. Because you got to understand what we're looking at, and you got to ask questions and manage your risk accordingly. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send out, today's Thursday, I'm going to send out this time schedule right now for the class this weekend. For the class this weekend. Oh, man. Yeah. Excuse me. Is that a fake out? Nope, time distortion. They're distorting time. I'm a little bit away from the microphone right now, so that's normal. So I'm a little bit further. It's not at my mouth. I'm looking at something on my phone. This is time distortion. Guys, this is for the people that are inside options. They are making money right now. They're making money right now for the people inside options. That's what they're doing. All right? That's what they're doing. They're engineering liquidity for the people inside options. They're whittling them down. This market, the market makers that control the algorithm, where they program this, they know that when you buy, you have to sell. And when you sell, you have to buy. So they don't give a shit they don't care, but they don't care about anything else. The only thing that they care about is can we take it to a place to where the most amount of people can transact? That's it. They don't care about taking it up or down. They don't care. So they'll take out a liquidity and take it to a premium and sweep some liquidity, and then they'll keep it sideways, and then they'll churn other people in options. And then they'll shoot it up again, and then they'll take out more liquidity, and then they'll dump it. Then go sideways, and then they'll dump it. To then fill liquidity, and then fill orders to the downside. But where 90% of people trip up at is they don't understand that simple concept. And they can't manage their risk off of it. That's all trading is. There's nothing more to that. This is full blown time distortion. You do not want to be a part of this because it could break up or break down. This right now is where you begin to decipher and change the point and begin to change from gambling and not knowing what the fuck you're doing to seriously understanding and reading this market and navigating this market right now. And being able to make educated decisions and manage your risk to a tick. To a tick means damn near to the point. A tick, this market moves off of ticks, not dollar amounts, ticks, which is points as well. That number that you see, 23,531, that is not the dollar amount. That is points. One NQ contract is not worth $23,576. 530. One NQ contract is worth about 500,000. Hmm. They're gonna shoot this. Yeah, that's why I haven't placed a short. I'm finna be a part of that group. Yeah, he says. Yeah, agreed. No, candles are bad. You think trade gonna happen? I gotta wait for them to show me something, Alma. I'm being honest. I gotta wait for them to show me something. They're not giving this short to me like how I want them to, and I think that they're trying to reverse this. But however, NQ is now flipping. NQ is now bullish in comparison to ES. It's diverging. Just look at the difference between this and this. Look, ES is rejecting a double 15-minute SIBI, and ES looks like it's trying to go lower, and NQ is gaining strength, looking like it's getting ready to sweep this shit. So they got to prove to me what they want to do. I don't give a damn what they do, but I'm not going to be a part of this cluster F. That's one thing for sure. That's one thing for certain. They're going to have to fool me another way, like do something godly unforeseen. But I'm not going to get stumped up on this. That's for certain. They're churning people out. 90% of traders are losers. I don't want to do what they're doing. I'm scared also. Normally a scalp, but not seeing anything. Wicks. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not scared, but you know what I mean. I know what you mean though. Yeah, nah, I'm just cautious on this one. I don't know about that. 100%. Nah, no, you're not. Don't say that. I'm not gonna say that. No, ma'am. We're not. No, ma'am. We're not gonna put you down like that. I'm not gonna let you talk down to yourself, even though you joking. I know. Love how disciplined you are. Do you have any tips on not forcing trades if they aren't there? Yes, I do. You need to write this down, HOA. Are you ready? Let me know when you're ready. Do you have a pen and a paper? Do you have a trading journal where you can write this down? You let me know when you're ready, HOA. You ready? Okay, good. Hmm. This market is only trying to fill orders. That's one. This market has three jobs. It has three jobs. That's what you need to write down. The first job that it is trying to do is it is trying to target liquidity, which is to fill orders. That's it. Its second job is to create imbalances, to then further the agenda, to then fill, to then do job number one. I'm going to slow down. Its second job is to create imbalances, to then do job number one. Job number one takes precedence over everything. I don't care what strategy you're talking about. There's nothing more important than them filling orders, up or down or sideways. They don't care. Sideways is now look at that green shoot. Sideways is now an option because of the options market now. So they can make money by keeping it sideways, which is what they've been doing. So what you need to write down is liquidity, and they're just trying to fill orders is the number one job. Their second job is create imbalances to then further the agenda for job number one. Let me know when you're ready, and I will then proceed with job number three. Just say, I'm ready, or something like that, and I will proceed so that I know, so that I can start looking for this trade here. Got them both down? Okay. The third job is to fill imbalances. And 3 funnels into 2, and 2 funnels into 1. And 3 and 2 funnel into 1 because they could do 3 and 2 to complete job number 1. There's nothing more important than that. The strategies and the models inside Discord, those are great, and they've been back tested and proven. But you need to always be thinking about those things, and quite frankly, you need to have a trading journal, and you need to write those things down on a daily basis until it is ingrained into your brain. As bad as I wanted to short this, like how I said earlier, I refused to do it because I didn't like the fact that they didn't cause enough mayhem and destruction here. And look what they did. Look at what the fuck they did. Guys, I don't have a fucking crystal ball with this shit. I do not. I do not have a crystal ball. But I have understood the behavior patterns of this, and I understand its number one job. And I know that they like mayhem and destruction. And I just know that they're trying to fill orders. So that's why when Jack told me that he was shorting this here, thank God he closed it out. But I didn't like that. You want to know why? Because every single trader and their mother is sitting here thinking, this right here is a triple top. Let me short this. Let me put an order right here. Why would I want to do something to where 90% of people are going to lose? Tim says, I'm trying to get on Discord, but it's asking me to subscribe again. So yes, Tim, like how I said before you subscribe, my brother, that's the knowledge community page. So you have to pay for that page regardless. So you subscribe for a year's for like $8 a month for the next year. That's fine because a lot of people do that. But the Discord is $29 a month. You can purchase a year's worth of access for less than that. So, or you can purchase 3 months or whatever the case may be for Discord. It's up to you. But yes, it's asking you to subscribe again. And I have them divided like that on purpose because you have to study the knowledge community page, Tim. So you can join Discord the day of, or within 5 minutes, come over here. We'll welcome you. We'll say hello, just like how we did for everyone yesterday. We'll do that. But it's separated like that on purpose. That's the baseline understanding that you cannot escape. All right? So if you want to just subscribe to a year's worth of the Discord, that's fine. But it's $29 a month. If you subscribe to a year, it'll give you like 30, 40% off. And in 3 months, it's like like $75, something like that. I don't know. 67, $75, something like that. I don't know. But they know with $29. Trust me, you're gonna get that entire year subscription back probably in like a day or two after you've understood what's going on. And well, less than a day, really. One trade, really. I'm gonna be honest. Because we got people in here that just joined yesterday and they already up down there $2,500 and he didn't know what he was doing. And he got a full-time job. Then God, I'm not even going to talk about the people that's making $250,000 because that's just trading the models. So, and then managing your risk accordingly and letting shit run. But that's not what I'm going to show here. I know how to do that, and I've shown that on stream numerous times, but that's not what I'm going to do here. I'm going to just show how to read this market and how to strip trending down to its chrome so you can understand it. I am going to simplify it down to its chrome. Nothing, bare bones. And you're going to learn how to read and master this market in real time. Now, is this something that I can start to sink my teeth into? Possibly. Maybe. So they took out this triple top here. You think they're going to continue to run the market up or just move sideways in this SIBI? I'm in. Oh, well, a quick step. Oh, okay. Nubs, I'm not sure. Going rage if it dumps the count down. Longs are off the table. We are directly nestled damn near the consequent encroachment of a 15-minute SIBI. If they give me another green shoot up into here, I'll consider a short. What can I manage my risk off of? Am I missing something here? The only thing here is a 15-minute SIBI. That's it. There aren't even any 1 minutes up here. Maybe this. What's that? Maybe this. Or maybe that. Maybe this or maybe that. And you got the top of this liquidity right here that's screaming to be swept. You got the top of that. I'm going to remove this because they'd already swept this. The top of this and the top of that. So now I'm going to go back to the chart over here and I'm going to scroll on over here, mosey on over here. And I'm going to see where that lines up at. So here, let's see. So we got this 1 minute SIBI here. Welcome aboard, Tim. Tim, make sure that you're signed into Discord, please, before you connect. If hit level, again, short, quick sell. Market plan gains, teaser, man. I'm going to go for a short more than likely. So. The next green candle. You might want to wait for confirmation. Not the next green candle, Nubs. I'll probably wait for them to maybe sweep this liquidity right here or to tap into this 1 minute SIBI right here that I have right here. That's what I would probably wait for. Not the next green candle. Not just yet. You think going higher? Them keeping this sideways right here. still qualifies for what I said right here when I said that when I said that there's not enough mayhem and destruction. Yes, we're in a 15-minute city, so they could dump this at any given moment, but just behaviorally speaking, off of its just behavior patterns, to me, they might need to prove this to me. But they just took out this 1, 2, 3 triple top here, so they might try and go back lower to digest. I feel a little bit better as far as the mayhem and destruction portion. A little bit, but maybe not. Huh? A little bit, but but I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. They might try and heat this up. What's this? Is that a double wickless? Low 52, low 52. Ooh, I don't like that. That's a double wickless. They're gonna start to pull this market back now. I don't like that. Yeah, that's a double wickless right there. Okay. I think they're starting to get my attention now. They're starting to get my attention now. What is that on ES? Is that damn near? Okay. Yeah, they're starting to get my attention now. ES is feeling heavy in comparison to NQ. ES did not make a new HOD. ES did not make a new HOD. NQ did. They flipped their signature. They're diverging slightly. They're diverging slightly. Hold on. Stop, hunt, and dump. Yeah, you could say so. Stop hunt. Stop hunt is a lazy, not lazy, but stop hunt is a very is a is a is a funny way to say. It's a funny way to say they're just trying to fill orders. Just keep it simple. They're just trying to fill orders. Ain't no stop hunt because where people are getting stopped out at, people are entering into the market at. They can't see your stop loss. They don't know if you're going to take a loss or if you're winning. Lost stream. Yeah, we did. Thank you for mentioning that. Y'all gotta let me know. Where did your screen go? Thank you for letting me know that. Is everything good now, guys? If not, let me know and I'll just restart the computer from scratch. Everything's good? Yeah. Let me know that. What's going on with the audio? Why is the audio not working? Hold on real quick. Let me disconnect and let me come back in. Well, it's not alerting me anymore for, well, Discord is tripping because, okay, guys, listen. Discord is tripping because it's not giving me the whoop, whoop sound for whenever someone in Discord sends a message. So it might be my computer. Hold on. I'm going to disconnect and I'm going to try and rejoin again. Hold on. Hmm. Okay. It's not giving me that output. Yeah, Discord, this isn't playing the audio, but it's okay. I don't need the audio to play. Discord, Discord is just giving issues with the audio. Hold on. It's all right. Not my audio, but Discord is giving issues with the audio alerts. So guys, normally that sound that you hear when it goes boop, that's somebody sending a message, but it's not letting me do that. So it might take me a minute or two to get back to the messages, unless I just restart my computer. But I don't want to necessarily do that. But I don't necessarily want to do that just for some sounds. I could, but I'm still looking at the messages though. But listen to me. Obviously, we're working with some complications. Slight. It might be this. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I really think that it's this. It's this VPN I'm operating under. It might be that. However, if there's an issue with the audio, I need you guys to let me know. Like just like how you guys did. Like if my voice goes out, then I'll for sure restart the computer. All right. Thank you so much, XO Michelle. Thank you for letting me know it's okay. So the same reason on as to why I didn't take this short right here was the same reason why I didn't take this short right here. Was because I still don't think that's enough mayhem and destruction for them to seriously consider reversing this. And look what they're doing. Guys, this right here is a prototypical example of sideways, bullish, continued squeeze time distortion. I know that I I know that someone's gonna say, but this dude's just fucking making up names now. Well, I'm not making up names. I'm just I'm just combining it. Look, this is from 1020 sideways, and it's bullish because it's going up slightly, but it's sideways continuous because it's continuing. It's damn near 1 o'clock, and we've been going sideways up since 1020. Since they did this gap fill Thursday right here that we were prepared for. Sideways, bullish, continued squeeze, time distortion. They're distorting time while they're just going up higher slightly. With damn near no rhyme or reason. So I just call it what it is. I'm not trying to make up names for anyone that might be thinking, or hey man, I ain't never heard that one before. Yeah, it's sideways, bullish, continued squeeze, time distortion. That's it. What's up with the audio over here on this? Hold on real quick. Let me make sure that the sound, because okay, hold on. Hold on. Because my desktop is still playing audio from YouTube, but it's Discord. Shit, thank God. Whew, I was on mute. Thank God. Audio gone. Aiden, thanks. I was on mute. Thank you guys. I was talking for 2 minutes. I was talking to Tim. Let me repeat that. Tim, I said, why don't you come over here to Discord? You can stay over there, like, if you're working or driving or something like that, stay on TikTok. But so there's a lot of people that stay over there and support. All right, so you can stay on over there. You can stay over there if you like, but connect and then come over here to Discord so maybe we can say hello. But you can go back over to Discord. A lot of people stay over there. What was I saying? What I said was before I deleted this. What I said was I'm going to delete this level because they did exactly what I did, exactly what I thought they were going to do. Because I didn't see enough mayhem and destruction. So they've already destroyed that a little bit, but it's still not enough. It's still sideways, continued squeeze slightly. I need like a God candle or serious imbalance being created to make me even think about going opposite of this market. And I'm not going to buy the HOD. I'm going to just sit here because I could get dumped on. So that's poor risk management. I'm a risk manager. All right. First and foremost. So Nub says, it's sweeping the liquidity right now and you have no sound if you're talking about it. So yeah, they took out this liquidity right here that I was looking for. That's why this market is rejecting itself. So I need a bearish imbalance to be created now so that I can manage my risk off it accordingly. That's what I'm waiting on. What tab do I get into live? Where in the live trading room? Right here. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you, Tim. Look at your screen, Tim. This right here is where we sit on the daily market insights. So you would have known this. This is screaming to be swept. Gap fill Thursday, the whole 9. These channels are read only for a purpose to retain the clarity of what's going on. So this is important. So even though it's 2 days old, you need to read this, Tim. Look at your screen, Tim. Be on alert for a multitude of scenarios like yesterday. That's why you don't forget. They bounced this market on Wednesday and Thursday. Check. And then dump it with full force on NFP to complete the lower high. You got to read this. It was not Friday yet, so we don't know. Most likely scenario. You got to read that. We're over here on the live trading floor right now. You can see everybody here, Tim. God knows how many people are in here. We're in here, Tim. We're right here. Thank you, Exo Michelle, for letting me know. Thank you guys for staying on top of that. So that's where we're at, Tim. We're right over here at the live trading floor. So come in and just send a message, say hello, or hey, it's me, Tim. And then you can go back over to TikTok if you like, whatever's easiest for you. But I recommend if you're going to be live trading, you need to be inside here, preferably. Because TikTok can crash or ban the stream at any given moment and it'll crash. And then I got to take a minute or two to reload it. Discord is instantaneous. There is no delay. It's like I'm talking to you in real life. There's a 10-second latency with TikTok. So my voice is 10 seconds behind. There's no latency with Discord. We're right here, Tim. So let me know. Let me know if you got it. All right. What we got next? Okay. Oh, hey. Hello. Everyone, just give them a heart. For everyone to say, hey, hello, hey. Hey, Tim. Hey, man. Yes, sir. Yes. Excellent. Hey, welcome to the team, Tim. We good, bro. Let's make money, brother. Let's do it, man. But let's make some smart decisions. You know what's better than making money, Tim? Let's make some smart decisions. And let's manage our risk and let's learn. So, Tim, listen. You're here now. And so you pay for both, but I know you didn't read those 3 pages first. So still learn and familiarize yourself with Discord and the Knowledge Community page at the same time to fast track your success. I'm going to send out a poll now. We're going to have a weekend class so you can show up for that so you can understand what's going on and ask some questions. Learn, not yet. Yes, sir. Ready to learn. Great job. Good job. Because that's the most important thing because this is not an alert service. If that was the case, I'd say, yeah, let's make some money. But you're here to master trading. All right. Good job. Welcome aboard, Tim. Good job. Where can I find your Discord? You can do the same thing Tim did. It's the $11 in the bio, but he paid for a year's membership. Well, because for a year's worth of for the knowledge page, it's $11 a month inside the bio. Just click my bio and then it'll pull up. It's a picture of a cartoon character. His name's Boruto. I love Naruto. That's Naruto's son. And it says knowledge and community page. You click that and it's $11. All right. And oh, look at that Sibi that was just formed. And then Discord is $29 a month. But you have to scroll down and read page 1. It will show you how to join. It's separate like that on purpose. What I told Tim, it's separate like that on purpose because the knowledge of community is the baseline understanding. Because I don't know what you know, and if it was $1,000 or $2,000 a month, you would unsubscribe at the month too and just be in Discord. So I got it cheap like that on purpose because you're not gonna care about $27 every 90 days when you're making a minimum of $1,000 to $2,500 a day per account, or $500 to $1,000 a day per account. $15,000 to $20,000 a day minimum for 1 to 2 trades a day. If you cover trade multiple accounts, you're not gonna care. Trust me, you're not. Hey man, I watch your funeral right now, but I think I'll definitely check it out. Okay. Is there any advice on passing the Apex eval? Shy says, yeah, there is. Learn first and understand what you're looking at, and then you can understand trading, and then paper trade. I don't trade the evals. What, huh? Hold on, where's Scooby-Doo at? That's confused Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I come over here so Tim's over here, so I want to show. I come over here to the eval instant pass and I do eval instant pass. Step-by-step instructions on how to do eval instant pass. I do not trade the evals. Trading evals is a scam. They want you to make 200% and start all over. I'm not gonna go into that spiel again, but I spoke to a guy that owns his own prop firm, and that's what he told me as well. And he knows what he's doing. So why would I do that? I do eval instant pass and I get an unlimited amount of evals. I get an unlimited amount of funded accounts. But you gotta know how to trade first. This is only recommended if you are consistent in your approach to trading, understand how to manage your risk, and know how to keep and know how to get to at least one payout. It does not matter how many unlimited funded accounts you can get instantly if you will just blow them, because you were rushing the process of understanding how to be profitable. You got to learn first. That's why the knowledge community page is there. So you can understand, and then you hone it and perfect it by studying these models we got inside Discord, and by understanding what's going on in the knowledge community page, understanding liquidity from there. That will teach you the fundamentals of understanding. Anything else is fully irrelevant. I'm gonna just be honest with you. You're just gonna keep blowing. And even if you do pass it, you're just gonna blow up the accounts. Because I spoke to him and he said that's what he wants you to do. He said they hardly make any money off the evals. Y'all do know that, right? They want you to pass so you can pay the activation fee and then blow it. Because they know you've made 250% and they know that you don't want to go back. Just so you're aware. They want you to pass. There's a reason why the activation fee is like 5 or 6 times more than the evaluation. There's a reason. There's a reason. There's a reason. If they wanted to be the other way, then they would just charge a shitload of money for the evals, and then the activation fee would damn near be nothing, or it'd be like $10 or $15. There's a reason. They want you to pass the evals. That's why it's so cheap. They want you to do that. If they was trying to make money off the evals, then they would just jack the price of the evals up. Stop and just think about that. Just stop. I promise. I promise you. This is what he told me. And I probably say I think he has the third. He has the 4th best prop firm in the industry. 4th best, I'll probably say. 4th best. That's what he told me. And I used to run my own hedge fund. So I know what he's talking about is true, because I believe him. He was not lying. He was being dead serious. I'll never forget that to the day I die. The shit that he told me. That was crazy. Well, it wasn't crazy. I mean, I knew it, but you get the point. Shaheen. They're not giving it to me like how I like it. How do I get into the Discord? I know you just said it, but but I got confused. You got to pay the $11. You got to click the link in my bio. There's a picture for a blonde-haired cartoon character. His name is Boruto, but his name is irrelevant because I don't want to confuse you again. You click that, and then it will pull you. It will show up the WAP. You pay the $11. That's the knowledge and community page. You are going to have to study that page after you join Discord. You can join Discord from page 1. That is $29 a month. It will show you how to join it. It is hidden on purpose. No one can join Discord without having access to the knowledge page. And it is very inexpensive like that for a reason. Because if I was charging $2,000 or $3,000 for it, you would unsubscribe after month 2. It's $27, $29 to $27 every 90 days for a reason. Because I update it, and then even when you master trader, you might want to go back and do some reviews. On page 3, there's a summarization of everything that you would have learned. And it said this is only used for review. Because you might be in a slump. You might want to try and get out of it. How are you going to go back if you unsubscribe? How are you going to do that? How am I going to point you back to it if you unsubscribe after month 1? Because it's $2,000 a month. So Discord is $29 after the fact, Shante. It will literally walk you through it. I promise you it is foolproof. It is foolproof. It is very easy to understand. I promise you. Tim, I got a question. Tim, I got a question. This is Shante. Look at your screen. Tim, I got a question. If you're still listening to Tim inside Discord, Tim just joined. All right. Tim says shoot. Tim says shoot. All right. Tim just joined. This is him. He said, okay, hello, I'm here. This was him 15 minutes ago. I got a question. So Shante can see. Was it foolproof? Was it foolproof? And was it, be honest, if when you clicked on that, if it was in Mandarin, let me know. Like, hey, bro, what the hell was that? Were the instructions very clear? And did it actually repeat itself? He says yes. Okay, good. Because I wondered, because a lot of people think that I'm just making this shit up. Like, hey, bro, there's no way that shit is for a toddler. No, it is foolproof. You just have to take the time to actually try and read it. And you have to follow the instructions and don't think that you're going to overglance it, like overlook it. Buy good. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, it's there, Shante. I promise you. You'll see it. What we got? Buy good. I don't know. We had the HOD. I'm a little bit cautious. I'm a little bit cautious because I saw what happened to these people that bought the HOD down here. So I'm a little bit nervous doing that. I'm a little bit nervous, Alma. A little bit nervous, Alma. What's that? What kind of FEG is that? What FEG is that you're looking at? What time frame is that one? Is that a 1 or a 5 that you're looking at, Alma? I don't see that one. Which one is that? What kind of FEGs you got set up? Gold again. Oh, that's gold? Oh, okay. Yeah. I really can't give too much advice on gold. I don't speak on stuff that I don't know. Good job. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that advice. Tim's over here. Part of the family now. All right, what we got? What we got? I'm shorting again, Jack says. Okay. This sideways bullets continue squeeze time distortion they got going on here. What they got going on? What are they trying to reach for? They just swept this liquidity, and they're now at they're almost at the consequent encroachment of this 1 Mississippi nestled in between this 15. But I don't like how they keep creeping this up, and that's what's keeping me out of the short. And it's actually saved me money, as you can tell, because they're at the HOD right now. And shorting the HOD is very dangerous without confirmation. It's almost as dangerous as shorting the all-time high without confirmation. There's nothing worse than shorting the all-time high, because it's in price discovery. You don't know where it's going to go. That's the perfect recipe to blow up the account. And longing the all-time high at the tip of the top is the perfect recipe to blow up the accounts too. There's a lot of ways where you can blow up your account if you think about it. That's why 90% of people don't blow it up. They don't know what they're doing. And then they think that they can piece together trading strategies off Reddit. An X. But they don't understand that they've done nothing without having an instructor that knows what they're doing. Nothing in their life have they ever not had an instructor. Not driving a car, not wiping your butt, all of those things. You've had an instructor, a teacher. You went to grade school for 12 years. And then some of you went to doctor school, whatever it was, grad school, or, for college, or higher level education for another minimum 4 to 8 to 12 years again with an instructor. You've had an instructor your entire life for everything, including your job. It's called a probationary period. It's called a learning period. Someone taught you how to do your job. So why do you think that you can master this market with no aim or direction without having an instructor that's been through the ring and the fire? Don't make much sense to me. But you can learn. You can give, and you can think you cheapen it out, but you're going to pay on the back end. But Buster, I'll keep my $11. Jackass. I'll keep my $11, you jackass. Let me go trade these support and resistance lines or these bull and bear patterns. All right. Oh, damn, shit. I'm on eval number 1,947. Shit. Well, you pay for it that way. Well, damn. My wife's upset because I blew up our entire IRA, my Roth IRA, trying to short this all-time high, man. Well, you pay for it right there. That was your education. And guys, the sad thing about it is this. Just because you lost money, that doesn't qualify you to learn again. That doesn't qualify you to master it. And that's the part that people don't understand. It doesn't matter how much money you lose. It doesn't care. It's just trying to fill orders. So you're going to lose everything that you have, and then you still have to learn to do the right thing. Because if you don't learn and forget what caused you the money that caused you to lose the money, then what's going to happen is you'll just repeat the same thing over again, right? So you'll just lose it again. So you paid, but you didn't get anything out of it. That's insane if you think about it like that. I'm just rambling, but I'm just being honest. I'm rambling while we're in time association, while I'm waiting on them to shoot this shit up like I've been waiting. It's 126 now. Expect the tricky market today, the pre-market plan said. This is tricky. A lot of traders are going to be blowing up their accounts right now. This is very, very tricky. They have no idea why this market's still going up, even though the data and the news said we're supposed to be going lower. They have no idea what's going on. Tim says the definition of insanity. What did Tim say? The notification went away. The alert isn't playing. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Yes, it is. It is full-blown insanity. But the height of lunacy with this market is people think that they can master this and figure it out by doing what 90% of other traders are doing, and they're the ones blowing up the accounts. And then they think that they can do it for free. And then, like, the financial market, Tim, is the only thing that I've noticed to where, like, for example, let's just say, because like when I bought Tesla at 220, and it went from like 5 something down to 220 in like 2 months. But when it was at 550, everyone wanted it. And then when it would dump 60%, no one wanted it. People were literally in the, stop. Guys, what happened to those people that were on the news that were rioting and that were burning Tesla vehicles? Did they just go away? Do you think that was a coincidence that they were doing that when Tesla was at 220? And now Tesla's back up to like $350, $400. They all just went away. There were people laying down in the middle of the street. There were people that were ordering Toyota stickers and putting Toyota on the back of their Tesla just like 2 or 3 months ago. Like, what happened to those people? This is we are living in the fucking matrix, man. This is insane. Like, I'm laughing, but I'm being so serious. Like, what happened to those people, bro? They were people were driving lawnmowers into rideable lawnmowers in the Teslas. Like it was weird, and that was the only thing that was on the news. But now it's back up to like $400, and now everything's back to normal. The financial market is a crazy thing. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. So like, what? I mean, I'm just thinking logically. It's the height of insanity. So if 90% of people are blowing their accounts, and a 5-year-old toddler can draw a trend line, why would this market be operating off of? Why would this market be operating off of that? Hmm. Hmm. He does have a point. That does make a little bit of sense. Wow. Yeah. Do you have a special training programs for higher price? What you mean by that? How long is the probationary period for a beginner? Caleb, I have people in here that started to seriously understand how to be profitable after about 3 weeks. But then I have other people that's been in here for 2 months and they're still learning it, but they're taking their time. So that's up to how much time you. But those people have like jobs and full blown lives and they got other things going on. It's just up to you, specifically, and how much time that you're willing to put in. But I mean, one thing's for certain: if you don't do this route, it's going to take you 5 to 10 years to even begin to understand. That's why they say it takes average trader 5 to 7, 8 years to become profitable, and some never get it. That's why they say that. But I'm going to fast track your success by listening to me, Caleb Walker. And then you can study the models inside Discord and understand. And then once you understand, then you can start to manage your risk with us. Do I only trade shorts? No. Why would I do that? I don't care if this market goes up or down. I don't care. I don't care. Why would I only trade shorts? Why would I limit myself to that? That doesn't make any sense. I know how to trade this market whether it goes up or down. I'm reading it in real time. If you only trade in shorts, then that means you can't read it and you can't manage your risk accordingly. Why would I do that? It's just on the short side because I think that this market is getting ready to display a bearish signature sometime soon. But I just don't think that they're done liquidating people just yet. And I don't want to put it on buy because they've already swept multiple levels of liquidity and just keep going up higher. So I'm damn sure not going to buy the HOD. I'll short this shit first before I do that. So I'm just waiting on them to show me something where I can short. And because of that, it's keeping me out of buying because they're just squeezing people nonstop. And a sideways continued squeeze. I was referred to by a coworker to you. I was just trying to see if you do personal mentorship. I do. It's on the weekend. And it's free. I'm not joking, it's free. Thank you. Tell them thank you, Caleb. It's free. But you got to be inside Discord though. So yeah, you can show up to the class. We got classes. We just had class last night till 11:30. And from 9 to 11:30. So yeah. But however, you have to try to learn first. So that's why the knowledge community page is there. Because it'll teach you. You just got to watch the videos. Please dump now. It's swept enough, in my opinion. I don't know, Jack. I don't know. I don't like how they're doing this, Jack. Jack, I'm waiting for an FU candle, up or down, so that I can manage my risk off of when they pull back. Jack, they could keep this elevated right now until 3 o'clock. We have absolutely no idea. No one knows. They have shown me zero indication on as to why I should go long or short. They haven't shown me anything. That's why, Jack, when you sent that message at 12:15, when you said, "Hey, I'm shorting this," and I said, "I don't know. That's a triple top." I said, "I don't know, but thank God you closed it." I was unsure about that. Lost stream. Yep. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, guys, it's Discord. I might have to restart my computer. might have to restart my. Thanks for that. Lost the stream. Thanks for the heads up. Can't see anything. Thanks for the heads up, guys. Thanks for the heads up. We got about another 90 more minutes, and then I might cut this. I might cut. Thanks, Shirley. Thanks, AC. You better have too much. YouTube and us Discord. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, guys, I'm streaming from Kick, TikTok, YouTube, Discord, and TikTok all at the same time. Making that money. Well, no, not really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I make more in one trade in 60 seconds than I do from probably an entire year's worth of the memberships that I currently have right now. I'm serious. An entire year's worth. Because it ain't nothing but $11. And we ain't got that much people. Well, we got a decent amount of people here now, but it's not what you think it is. Because they charge me a percentage. So, so I'm not getting rich off this at all. This is just compensating me somewhat for my time so that I don't feel as though I'm getting robbed. If I was trying to make more, then I would charge y'all for, the classes, the mentorships, the information, asking the questions, all of those things. So this is just, $39 a month is just, it's just somewhat of a, hey, you know what? Here's a small little bone. Thank you so much for your time, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for helping me out and just, helping to change my life. I appreciate that. That's just a somewhat of a bone, so to speak. You slightly scratch my back, I allow you to accomplish whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. Everything else is free. I'm not going to charge you. I'm never going to charge you for anything more, ever. Making that money, Kick rules crazy. It's better now. It says it's working for now. That's why we love you. Thanks. I love you too, Alma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alma. Thanks for the support. So after joining and paid $11 to join, it's an additional $20. Yes, it is. You'll see there. It's foolproof. You'll see. Yep. Because you're going to have to go back to that knowledge page. You're going to have to read page 1, 2, and 3. You can join Discord right now. You can do what Tim did. And so you can join today, but I'm going to tell you to go back and read it. Because, hey, bro, what's a liquidate? Hey, bro, what you mean by liquidity? I'm going to say, did you read the FEG playlist where it says watch those 2 videos or whatever it is, videos in there, like 10 or 15 minutes long, that's it? And take notes and study, or just watch the videos before asking questions about that. So if you ask me what the FVG is, and you just join, I'm gonna say, why didn't you read page 1, or why didn't you watch the page 1 videos? Hey, bro, what's a candlestick? What's that? Well, it says it in page 1. If you don't know what a candlestick is, guys, they're continuously proving on as to why I have not shorted this market. They have given me zero indication on as to why I should short this. Thanks, Kidder. I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, look what Kidder says. He says, oh, I was just wanted to make sure. I joined the $11 one so far. Okay. We'll see you there. Yeah, Kidder says $30 is nothing for the knowledge of how to make unfathomable amounts of money. My question, what's a candlestick? My first day. You know what a candlestick is? I'm just teasing. She's funny. What's a bissy? What's a Sibby and a bissy? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Right. What's a Sibby and a bissy? Did you read page 1? I got people that draw the line at that. I promise. I had a guy here that drew the line. He said, bro, why do I have to learn what a candlestick is? Why don't I just give you like, hey, you trade for me and you make the money, and if you make me, he was like, bro, if you make me 40, 50,000 a month, he was like, I'll break you off like $500. Well, why I gotta learn what that is for? Well, what's that? I said, man, you know what, you're right. But this is before I started streaming, though. Before I started streaming, he asked me that. Now, keep in mind, I was already making 20, 30,000 a month already. And he told me that. And I asked him, I was like, what do you do, bro? And he was like, yeah, I cut my grandmother church lady's yard like every like every 3 weeks or so. I was like, really? Was it good? He was like, yeah. He was like, nah, it's all right, man. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm trying to get to, man. But you know, I make about $300 or $400 a month off it. I said, you do anything else? No. Oh, okay. He was like, yeah, but I'll break you up about $500. It's crazy. Let me busy in your civvy. Right. I'm gonna start to say that. Somebody said, what's a business? Oh, let me busy in your civvy. I'll tell you what. You're right, Jack. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I joined the $11 one so far, H-Dack says. Okay. Looks like they want to cook me. Let's see, Jack says. I don't know, Jack. They're just not Jack. I'm not saying that they're trying to cook you. I'm not trying to say that, Jack. I'm not trying to say that they're trying to make you a millionaire. But because I don't know what the hell that they're going to do, but I do know I'm not going to participate until they show me something, and that's what's giving me something for saving money. I mean, that's what's keeping me from losing money as of right now. I'll take my chances on something else. So guys, this is a master class on how I avoid time distortion and how I avoid unfavorable trading conditions. Why? Because I understand that they have to create imbalances first in order for me to even want to trade this shit, and I need something to manage my risk off of. So it stopped me from blowing up my account, and then you'll do that too from Discord. You'll learn how to not blow your account and how to take only A plus or B plus solid state trade setups. And then right before I take a trade, I'll grade it and I'll say, this is what I'm thinking, this is what I'm not thinking. And then you'll see me enter it into a trade in real time. So as of right now, I just think bullish sideways continue to squeeze time distortion, and they've been proving that. So they clearly have a higher objective in mind here. God knows what the fuck they're doing. And it's not it's my job to understand it or to figure it out, yeah, but they got to give me something where I can manage my risk off of. Just guys, I'm just going this off of the pure understanding of liquidity. Imbalances have not been created yet, anything serious. And then two, I just don't see enough mayhem has just been has been caused. So I just think they're just going to keep going up higher indefinitely. They do not have to come down. Guys, they can just keep going up nonstop like this for the next 2 hours and I do nothing. I'm serious. Why would they not? Why could they not? I'm serious. Why? Why do they have to stop going higher? But man, my RSI is telling me that that's overbought. They should dump this, right? Look it up. Overbought can become more overbought. I'm serious. And oversold can become more oversold and more oversold. They can keep going up higher indefinitely nonstop, and that's just what they're doing. With no rhyme or just shooting it up. They aren't even really respecting this 15-minute SIB here. They gave me this, but this wasn't really enough confidence. They gave me this somewhat. This right here was the first bearish signature, maybe. But I didn't take this because I didn't see enough mayhem and destruction. And they barely took out this liquidity right here to the tick. So that's not enough mayhem and destruction through this through this liquidity level that I have right here. For me. Tim says, they're trying to push. Tim says another new daily high on NQ. Yep. And as to why people keep trying to short the HOD, I have no idea, Tim. I used to do that though, but it took me losing that strategy tens of thousands of dollars to figure that out. The one strategy that cost me the most, I probably say cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars until I quit doing that was full blown supply and demand and trend lines, supply and demand and trend lines. Because I would short it at supply and long it at demand, and they would just flash it straight through, and I couldn't manage my risk, and I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. RSI cost me tens of thousands because everyone was doing RSI, and I was like, oh, this must be right. Tens of thousands to RSI, tens of thousands to What else? I lost. I lost. I lost. I just lost a few thousand to the orbs, to the 15-minute orbs, and I switched to the 30-minute, and then the 30-minute orbs blew up the accounts just like how they did today. The people trying to short this 30-minute orb breakdown right here, or this trend line right here, they got fucked. Right here, they got fucked. Excuse me, my language. Like this trend line right here, I drew the trend line right here on purpose, so that people can understand that they make it believable until this market is going to make it look as though it's believable until it's time to liquidate you. And then they just come and collect a few nickels that they gave you and they take everything, including your house. That's how that works. I'm just being for real. Because they broke everybody off that thought that they were smart here. Breakdown, short, I will break down on this trend line, I'm going to short it. They liquidated them. Okay, I'm going to be smart right here. And I'm going to short the retest right here for a continuation lower. They broke down right here and liquidated them. I'm sorry, they didn't break down, they broke up and liquidated them. Anthony Fu, is that you? Who? Anthony from where? Anthony from where? Yo, Anthony from where? Who from where? What was your TikTok name, brother? I'm not checking my phone, so I can't see who it was. What's up, Anthony? Where you at? What's your TikTok name? Oh, I was just in the TikTok. Oh, he made it over. Let's blow the horn for him, man. Hey, let me give you a heart. Hey, man, welcome to the family, brother. Hey, man, welcome aboard. He's over here. Yeah, he made it over. All right. He made it over. Guys, I'm telling you, it's foolproof. It's simple. Welcome, man. Hey, welcome, man. Yeah, man, welcome. Alma says welcome. Hello. Hey, we're just being nice people. Hey, man, this is a great family, great vibes over here. And we just talk, we hang out. Not hang out, but we're here to make money, but we're hanging out when they're doing nothing and time distortion. So I just ramble sometimes through time distortion because it just helps kill time, just like how they're doing. And I just keep my money and I save my ammo for another day while other people blow up their accounts. So that's just all that I'm doing now. Welcome, man. Now you're ready to make some money and learn. Be patient and take it slow. Yep, I agree with that. Yep, that's 100% correct. Be patient. Do not rush the process. There's a lot of stuff in here. Learn and ask questions. Man, let me send up this update right here for the class. I got a question. What question you got, Anthony? Talk to me, brother. What you got, man? You part of the family. What you got? That doesn't work. You're going to have to do the push to talk. I ain't mean to send it. Okay, yeah. What question you got? Talk to me, my man. Or well, you can send it. Yeah, welcome, my man. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome, my man. Yeah, Jay says welcome. What you got? What question you got, Anthony? It better not be what the FEG is. I'm just teasing you. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I know you new here, brother. So you might not be used to my sarcasm, brother. But I just be joking a lot of times, man. Cause hey, I just be joking. What questions you got, brother? Talk to me. What you got, guys? Guys, this is the update. While I'm waiting on Anthony to send this, they're giving me zero indication on as to why I should short this market yet. Zero with confirmation. If they would have given me an FU candle shoot from down here up into here, then possibly, then maybe I could take my chances on a 25 to 30 ticks. But they just haven't caused enough mayhem and destruction. They keep on doing this sideways bullish, continue squeeze, shooting this higher into new highs nonstop. They could do this until the EOD, the end of the day. And there's nothing that could stop them. They clearly have an agenda. And I'm not trying to do opposite of that until proven otherwise. It's called saving my money. So I've been trading since around March, he says. And I just passed my first funded account last week. And I'm about 3,200. I think I'm feeling more consistent, but I feel like there are some things I'm definitely missing to become profitable. Is there a time we could do a one-on-one? You need to show up to the class this weekend. So what I recommend you do, Anthony, is this. That $3,200, are you up inside of a funded account or did you pass the eval for 3,200? Let me, before I answer that question. Up in a funded account. Okay. What kind of funded account? Is it a 50K? Or is it a with who? With Apex? Top Step 50K. Okay. This is what I recommend you do. I recommend you take a payout. Have you met the consistency rules? Have you met the consistency rules yet or no? I can't yet until I get one more winning day. Okay. This is what I recommend you do. I recommend you size down. And I recommend you study a little bit. And I recommend that you size down. And whatever it is that you are doing, I recommend that you get one more winning day. Because I'm not going to tell you to not stop what you're doing and just I'm down 650 right now though. Stop. Stop trading. Stop trading, Anthony. Stop then. Cut it. Cut it for today. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. I'm serious. Don't trade no more. Stop. Stop trading for today because you're not going to come back to have a winning day for the rest of the day. So today is a wash. And then tomorrow's a wash too because it's non-farm payrolls. Trust me, take my advice. Just chill out. And then do some studying and start to understand some things. And then start to back test and then show up for the class this weekend. Typically class has been going on Sundays because people like Sundays better instead of doing it on Saturday. So more than likely it's going to be Sunday, like right around 4 or 5 o'clock. Show up to the class, ask questions, study the knowledge page. You don't have to watch the whole mentorships all in one weekend. You don't have to do that, but you need to at least understand the first page or two. Watch those videos, the liquidity, the FEG playlist, and and then study inside Discord here. All right. And then I recommend you get one more winning day. And then I recommend you take the maximum payout that you can take so that you can just take a deep breath from everything. That's what I recommend, Anthony. And then I recommend you take that payout and I recommend you put that account on ice and learn and study and start to understand and then paper trade. That's what I recommend. I'm serious. Because if you try and piece together some shit and if you blow up the account, well, guess what? You still got to learn and study, but now you don't got a funded account. You're going to thank me. I'm serious. So cut it today, and then tomorrow, don't risk it. The most important thing is securing money. Get that payout, whatever it is, that $100, $150 that you need to make, right? You need to do that, and then you need to request that payout. And then you need to put your accounts on ice. No one's going to tell you the truth, but I'm going to tell you the truth. That's what I recommend. And I recommend you take only A+ solid trade setups. They're starting to get my attention now. Let me sit up in my chair. Look at this liquidation break and squeeze. Hold on real quick. I'm going to go get some water while they're shooting this up. Hold on. No, Anthony, look, I know that that's not what you want to hear. I know that you wanted me to tell you, hey, man, yeah, man, hey, man, you got this, man. Just keep trading at it. you know, just max full port or this and that. Hey man, or hey, you could turn that 3,000 into 20,000, and you're still unsure about what you're doing. I know that's probably what you wanted me to tell you, but I'm gonna only tell you the truth from in here. That's why you're in here. I'm gonna always be 100% honest with you. Now they're starting to cause some destruction. Jack, did you short that, Jack? What's my payout strat? I don't trade evals. Don't like the market today. I like. Looks like they want me to. Looks like they want to cook me. Let's see. Yeah, Jack, they're shooting this now. I doubled down. He said I doubled down. Fuck it. Okay. Hmm. They just tapped into this one here. I'm looking into a short now. That was some decent. Now, guys, look, the quality of this trade is going to be about a C plus. Why? Because it's only going to be 25 ticks or so, and I think that they just liquidated a decent amount of people, just based off of that and that alone. And then we're tapping into this one and this other 15-minute SIBI here. On a green candle pullback, I'm going to consider a 25 tick scalp short. If they just dump this without me, then they just go without me. Fuck. They're going without me. Now it's probably the liquidation break. Look at that. Hmm. Let me. Hmm. So they just tapped into this 15-minute SIBI here on ES. They tapped into this 15-minute SIBI here, and then they took all this liquidity here that I had. So check. We had a sharp enough move here. Hmm. Are they done liquidating people yet? Hmm. Hmm. Jack says I doubled down. Hmm. It's a dangerous strategy, Jack. Are we in? No, not yet. Not yet. They gave me a bearish signature right here. ES, I mean, NQ is starting to diverge away from ES because ES is trying to go higher and NQ is not on the same candle. They're going to pull this up again, and I'm going to short this on this candle up. This right here was that. This right here was that destruction that I was looking at right here. Just this. Oh my God, my account says 0. Let me close this shit. I was wrong. That was what I was waiting on. This is tricky. Half size because tomorrow's half size because tomorrow's NFP. And they could fuck you. I need them to bounce this. Excuse me. The inverse to Sibi. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. I need them to bounce this. Yes, sir. What's up, CJ? I'm with TJ. What's up, man? What's up, TJ? Elohim. What's up, brother? What's up, Nate Dog? You alright, man? What you got? 18. 25. Just close for a loss. Mm. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, man. Um. It's all right. At least you admit it. Seriously, Jack, I'm not trying to be funny, but at least you managed your risk and at least you said, hey, man, you know what? I was wrong on that. But, Jack, that's what I was saying, man. Like, this market has not been displaying any signs as to why it is trying to go down as of right now. If they bounce this a little bit higher, then I'm going to consider a short. But they got to go now. They got to go now. And shit, and this ain't going to be nothing but 25 ticks at the most. I'm going to short this.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Quality of this trade is about a C. I've been waiting all day. It's a C right here, so I am short now. I'm only trying to get 25 ticks out of this. It's a C because I'm going against the overall market trend right now. And yeah, and I only have one decent area of confirmation here. As in, we tapped into a 1 above and a 15-minute SIBI above, and we just had some liquidation candles. I'm willing to add a little bit higher, though, one more time. But this is half size. This is half size. This is half size. It's NFP, so expect something tricky. This market can become very dangerous here. This is very tricky. This is not something super simple. But this is just off patience and understanding. What's this? Short already? Yes, correct. I am currently in a short right now, as it stands right now. The quality of this short trade is about a C, Divine, because we're going against the overall market trend right now. Now I have a couple levels of confirmation. I got a few things that I liked, and then the only reason why it's not like a D is because I'm only trying to get 25 ticks off of this move. I'm willing to add a little bit higher, directly into this 1 minute SIBI here. And I started out with half size. VIX is extremely low, so it's taking. So this is to me, this trade right here is taking a lot longer than I normally trade. So the longer that this goes, the less I like this. But that's why I said it's a C quality trade. At the best C plus. We're going against the overall market trend here, but we will see. They really haven't given you really any. I mean, from what I've seen, any A plus trade setups all day, or even really Bs. So I'm taking a C, but it's half size though, and VIX is low, so we got to be cautious of that. VIX is real low. Got to be cautious of that. I'm gonna be out at the first chance where this market can seriously start to fuck me at, which is this bullish imbalance below. That's dangerous. I don't like that. I don't like how they just tease my TP like that. Hmm. I don't like how they just tease that TP like that. How they just came to within feeling that, but they did not. I don't like that. That's crazy. They're teasing it again. They're teasing it again. This trade's taking a little bit longer than I normally like to trade. My trade normally lasts like a minute or so. Hmm. VIX is low though. That's why. Hmm. You good now? I hope so.
Order filled.
Uh-oh. Okay. Order filled. Then I'll just stop and I'll just readjust. I should have made more than that. That was 25 ticks. I don't like how they did that. Hmm. They gave me some guys. The reason why I took that trade was because they gave me some kind of liquidation break like this, to where like I feel as though that they targeted some levels of liquidity. They tapped into a 1 in a 15, and I had a 1 minute form right here. So I took a trade off of that. So you really could. So you really, and honestly speaking, you really could have managed your risk to within 7 ticks. Who the fuck you know can manage the risk to within 7 ticks? I'm serious. How can you do that? So so next week, speaking, whenever I start well, I'm not gonna do that because I'm not gonna start out trading my 20 fund accounts all at the same time. I'm gonna do the challenge with you guys. On a normal day, that half size would have made me about $2,000. That half size. So that's why I'm patient, and that's why I wait as well. Um, NQ is now starting to flip bearish in comparison to ES. NQ is starting to feel a heavy look. ES is trying to go higher, and NQ is trying to go lower now. So, guys, I was only trying to get 25 ticks for a reason. We're going against the overall trend, and the size of this 1 minute SIBI isn't huge. It's not anything ridiculously groundbreaking here. And they still didn't inverse this 15 minute they still did not inverse this 15 minute SIBI here. I don't think so. They did not. That's crazy. They closed it right here on the border. Look where I shorted it. Did anyone inside Discord take that trade? Please let me know if you did. If you did, say hey, I took it. If you did not take that trade, say no. Next one. Yes, you took it. You took yes, sir. $200. Yeah. Oh, I was scared. Hmm. Keep studying. I'm serious. Keep studying. Keep studying. Great job. If you didn't, hey, nah, no, I didn't. But next one, good call though. guys some feedback. Hey, oh, wait, if you're working, don't do that. Like if you're at work just listening, please don't put like guys. If you're performing open heart surgery, do not stop that and say, hey, yeah, my fault. Thank you. Please don't do that. Missed it. Next one. I took it, got out. Quick 50. Hey, nice 15 points. Hey, Lovey. Hey, how are you doing? You doing all right, Lovey? Feels like a major guess. Why do you feel like it's a major guess? Are you saying that because you don't know how to read the market? I don't think so. Look at your screen. Look at your screen. Look, Lucky Loot Slots. I don't think this is a guess. I don't think this is a guess. I don't think this is a guess. Yes, I took it. Yes, I took it. Yes, I made $600, $200. Yes, made $600. AC test. Yes. I don't think he can hear the people talking. Who? I'm working. What you mean, Shirley? I don't think he can hear people talking. Hold on. Who's talking? There's people talking? Discord is fucked. Murdoch. Murdoch was talking? Yeah, I might have to restart my PC. Yeah, no. It's definitely my PC. Hold on real quick. No, I could not hear him. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, no. It's Discord. No, it's the audio with Discord for sure. I cannot hear people talking. It is 100% Discord, guys. It's 2:11 right now, because I can't hear people talking. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. You're not. I cannot hear people talking. You're not. It's the audio with Discord. Something's going on with the audio with Discord. The audio with Discord is wilding out. Hold on real quick, guys. Guys, just give me a quick second. Hold on. Wrong output. Nope. Nothing to do with the output because I double checked it. Hold on real quick. Guys, just give me about 60 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. Just give me about 60 seconds. Hold on. About 60 seconds. Hold on.